Thank you. Hello, hello. Okay. Sorry for the long as hell wait time, bruh. So, my tenant or whatever, they came and were like, oh, my laptop doesn't have a microphone or some shit. I couldn't fix it, but they're gonna come back, so I just wanna draw, bruh. So we're gonna draw. Alright. And, I'm a VTuber now. So that's great. This is gonna be fun. I'll try and talk in chat, but I don't know. Stuff will get in there. I don't know how I did this back in 2019, bruh. This is so cursed. How does this work, bruh? Get in. Oh, you piece of shit. Okay. I think this should be fine. Maybe. I don't know, but I'm just gonna deal with this. Why ka bolto sa laptop ako ng microphone lang? May keeper ka. Oh god, I hate this. I hate this so much. Could I just like not have to do this at home? Come on, bro. I wanna do something goofy. Let me do something goofy. Come on. What's up with that? Hello, Panda. Uh, I decided to do my 2019 fit once again. So apologies if my mic is muffled and shit. But yeah, why not? Decided to have fun. Hopefully the music is not too loud. I'm gonna lower it down anyways, just in case. But yeah, I'm just chilling. Stream is currently prone to being stopped at any given moment. So I can go AFK for any given amount of time because my tenant is a student and they have issues with their laptop's microphone not registering. I've checked their device drivers and everything and it just says everything's up to date. They don't have a microphone. I'm telling them use headphones or something and update their laptop because it says their laptop needs to be updated. But alas, I don't know. And then my mom's like, aren't you a software engineer? Shouldn't you know how to fix this? Like, okay, sure. That's out of my specifications, bruh. But alright. Yeah, sure. So either of them are gonna, like, there is not a storm outside. It's probably my fan. Let me... Okay. The storm should be quieter now. Yeah, probably. Because my fan always sounds like a typhoon when I have it on. So that's great. Oh, mega lol. Ugh. But yeah, my tenant or my mom may come barging into my room at any given moment. And obviously when they do, I'll have to either turn off my face cam or just go AFK. So that's gonna be fun as hell. You know the dumbest part? They both came barging in the moment I hit start stream. Like, okay, thanks. Like, you couldn't have had any better timing. Like, I don't know, the 30 minutes before or something like that? No. Because you see, they still don't know I stream and shit. So they just think I'm just an eccentric weirdo who does this in voice calls with friends for fun. So, yeah. Like, I could tell my parents I'm doing YouTube. But the moment I do, they're gonna be like, stop doing that! Stop doing that! You can't! You can't focus on your education! I'm like, I am! They're like, no! Focus on your education more! And I'm like, the fuck do you mean? So yeah, despite being on YouTube for a bit, they still don't know. Omega lol. So that's great. It's gonna be rough. But yeah, they're gonna be barging in at any moment. And I have no idea when. I'm gonna just have to panic, hit the BRB keybind, and just hope to God their faces don't show up on the stream VOD. I love living with my parents, bro. Because you see, normally I'll just hit start stream when I know I'm not gonna be bothered. Like my mom's cooking or something, or she's like watching some drama on TV or something. And I'm just chilling. My brother's doing his own thing in his own room. And nobody's gonna bother me, but alas. It is what it is. Who knows? Oh yeah, the Dullahan, I fixed his hand. I'm thinking when you were saying baby hands, it was his metal hand because no, I'm not making them even bigger, bruh. Are you kidding me? Like, this is his thumb, but obviously since it's his left hand, his thumb is on this side, so I can't make this any bigger than it already is. I was like, you know, his claws are way too tiny for what I would like as well. So I made them as big as I could, but yeah. I don't know, man. It's awful. Okay. How about I do that, and then do that. Okay, and then I do this. Oh, that should be a bit better. A particular scene in mind when I'm going to draw him. Technically speaking, I do. Let me turn off this layer and just draw here, I guess. I have this rough pose idea. This is gonna be very rough, but basically I'm thinking, how do I go about this? So his body's gonna be like this. Actually, nah. Let me use my sketch layer. First draft. Okay. Here we go. So basically, his feet are gonna be widespread like this, and he's just gonna be doing his thing like. And his other leg is gonna be widespread like that, and he's gonna be doing his own thing like that. And basically, you can see his body going like this, and his tail and stuff will go. This is gonna be extremely rough, because I do have a pose in mind. I'm just not good at blueprinting without taking a lot of time. So, thinking like his body's gonna be like giant hulking over like this. Not the global fill. Grr. Okay. So something like this. Make these bigger, you know, more proportionate, whatever. I don't know, bro. I'm not caring too much because I'm not actually gonna be using this. But it's like something like this. He'll have his hand up here ready, and he's gonna be holding his lance, which is gonna be pointing at the viewer. You know, perspective, whatever bullshit. Just, I don't know. His lance is gonna be something like that. You know, do whatever your perspective shit is. You know. And he's gonna have his hand, like, going backwards right here. And getting ready to grab you. Like this. I don't know, it's really dumb. His one wing is gonna be like this. And his cape is gonna be flowing like this. So you get the idea there. And his giant tail is gonna be like this, and it's gonna be pointing at you again. You know, do your weird perspective bullshit. And his head is gonna be right over here. You know, that. Whatever this abomination is. You get the idea. Hopefully. This is what I'm gonna be doing with Dullahan when I actually bother drawing him. Like in his actual, like, pose thing. But for now, that. Whatever this is. Okay, delete that because I don't need this. pull back up the references. I mean, I don't need the reference pulled up, but might as well. I'm gonna turn off that layer as well. Like, I have a few images in mind with like Dullahan, Zuriel, all of that stuff. I just haven't blueprinted them, like they're in my head. I just need the time to actually blueprint and just put it out. Because, yeah. I'm not good with words. All buzzle. But I do have the idea there. So I'll probably do that once I'm done with the Dullahan redesign. But before that, I kind of want to go back to an old piece I did like 2 months ago of this cement. Because I really do not like how I shaded this one sleeve particularly. And this jacket, I'm gonna change the shape of it right over here. Because right now it's like either the jacket is flat or the sleeve is crushing it down and you can't tell which. So I'm gonna make it so the jacket is in front, squeeze a bit, whatever. And change that. Like normally I wouldn't retroactively go back to my art, but since I have this as my wallpaper, I've been staring at it all day for like the past few weeks. And it's starting to drive me insane, so if I don't fix it, I'm gonna go crazy. So I'll probably fix that first, and then I'll probably do the Dullahan piece. But yeah. No, honestly, I still haven't thought about much since the last stream. I've just been too busy thinking about how to design Dullahan because until recently, I just couldn't see Dullahan in my head. Like, I did not know what this guy would look like. Like, I knew what his legs would look like, but I had no idea what he would look like, and I just kind of was molding over it for a few days. But alas, he's here now. So there's that. Like, my thing with Oxidize and the story for all of that, I'm not giving myself a hard time limit, and I'm gonna take my time and stuff. Because obviously your first idea isn't always your best idea. Sometimes it can be. And sometimes it's good to go with your gut. But I like it when I have a bunch of options to choose from. And even if the first idea ended up being the best idea anyways, after you get all the choices, I still liking to know, yeah, I made the right decision here. Because, you know, once I start writing and start, like, actually drawing the comic, it's done. I can't change it. So that's why I'm taking all my time deliberating before that. Like, I do know Dullahan and Zuriel are gonna be part of an ancient race that's most likely extinct, which is why Dullahan has this very primal looking, you know, kind of like old warrior style, right? He's got that long fluffy hair that you would see on like Japanese onis and shit. You know, the long flowing white hair that's spiky and shit. He looks very monstrous, giant in size, and all of that stuff. But then he's gonna have this runic arm, which he got from the plant people. But obviously, since he's a mixed match of a bunch of insects, there's gonna be something going on with, alright, something, be it plant people or something, they decided to experiment with Dullahan and change him into whatever this thing is. Because he's a mixed match of a beetle, mosquito, moth, spider, cricket, butterfly, scorpion. He's like a whole mishmash of stuff. Yeah. They definitely have UV lights and stuff, so they can probably do something with technology like that. It's only just guns they don't have. They don't have guns, but aside from that, it's like, yeah, you could think, I don't know, steampunk, I guess? Steampunk is probably the latest you can probably go. But then again, they have... So what I'm thinking is ancient technology, like steampunk, all of that stuff, like olden stuff. But then there's a few weird cases where it's super futuristic. So like Dullahan's arm over here, if I pull up the first draft, it'll have these blue lines and stuff, these blue engravings all over his body. These could be runes. They couldn't be runes. I don't know. I haven't thought about what these lines are. But it's some sort of technology. They might be runes. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. He just had these weird lines on him in their original design, so I decided to adapt them. I don't know why they had the lines in their original designs either. I just kind of adapted them in. But it's like futuristic technology with those weird line engravings. It's gonna be something like that. Hello, Maru. I am currently cosplaying as my favorite femboy, Astolfo. So, we chillin'. I love Astolfo. Bug people aren't mixed like Dullahan. They're normally just a single insect and based off of that. But I have it so... The original Dullahan right over here, this guy, in all of his glory. My original concept for this guy was he was a normal dude. This tail was his tail, but as you can see, it's a skeletal whip. And basically, my concept for him was he was tortured to become a machine of war. Koharu from Blue Archive. What, the Nyahahaha? Is that her? I don't know. But my concept for the original Dullahan was he was a normal dude, just chilling. And he was really good at illusory magic. So like, I don't know, smoke and mirrors kind of shit. Like basically illusions. He was great at that. He was a magician. But then a war happened and whatever the setting was. I think it was an Arknights OSC. I forget. I think it was. Yeah, and I think it was in Circa Suno or whatever. Some war happened and some mafia or something took him in, started torturing him and tampering with his body to make him some sort of ultimate war machine. And they tortured him and stuff until he literally became separated from death. So his tail got ripped out, so now he holds his tail because it's the only thing left of his original body. Because none of this is his original body. His tail is all that's left, so he holds onto it as a weapon. And basically, this Dullahan, what he can do is he can rip off his head and use it kind of like a surveillance drone. So he can rip it off, throw it straight up, look down, get a bird's eye view, and his body can act without it. Hence the name Dullahan. And basically, man separated from death, ultimate war machine kind of deal. Tortured, all of that stuff, so his body doesn't remain. He's this weird amalgamated metal monster thing. And he has this prosthetic arm because he lost his arm in torture, all of that stuff. Living armor. For this Dullahan, gonna still have it, so he was probably... Something happened. It could be torture, it couldn't be torture. Yeah, I know Dullahans have a horse, but my Dullahan doesn't have a horse. Because he doesn't need the horse. Because he's just good without the horse. Like, he could make a horse out of smoke if he needs to. But he doesn't need the horse. Like, I was thinking for this original Dullahan, he would summon a dragon instead because dragons are badass. So yeah. But for this new Dullahan, I'm thinking something happened. It could be torture. It could be something similar to torture. But he is gonna be made an amalgamation of different insect people. Like, different dead bodies just mishmashed together. And this is the new body he ends up with. And he has a prosthetic arm because they couldn't find another arm for him. All of that stuff. Basically, he's like a weird chimera. Oh, Koharu! The one with the flustered face all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I know her. Okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. No. Just got it. But yeah, it's like... I cannot envision this thing riding a horse. I don't know about you, but I cannot see this giant-ass bug man on a horse, bruh. Alright? I don't even think I have horses in my world, alright? I don't know what this man's gonna be riding, but he ain't gonna be riding shit, bro. I think he's fine the way he is. No, we haven't gone into detail about historic events or anything. I haven't really planned out any historic events or anything either. So, yeah. I do have some idea of like some purges and shit, but yeah, I haven't really thought about it too much. It's all just kind of there, and I'm just kind of waiting for a flash of inspiration to just hit me. Like, I'll be honest. Like, maybe it will, maybe it won't. We'll see. Okay, let's do this. Alright. No, okay. Should be fine. Yeah. This Dullahan, I do have it so he can still rip off his head. Use it as a secondary thing. Because this man, his head doesn't do anything. So, in this original Dullahan, in my head, what Dullahan is basically his eyes. That's Dullahan. That's his head. And then you have whatever was the rest of his body. So in this case, it would be, you would have his helmet or whatever doing the weird thing like that. Just ignore this yay for mouse. And then it's like he'd have his horn and stuff. And basically this is Dullahan. So it's like he doesn't have two eyes. His eye is just a wisp. So you know how Dullahan's headless horsemen, so when they don't have their head, it's normally replaced by a blue flame or some sort of wisp or something like that. It's like that was my concept for the original Dullahan, and still gonna be the concept for this one as well. So basically, he can just rip off his head perfectly fine. So I'm thinking about one scene. I don't know who he's gonna be fighting. I'm thinking he's gonna be fighting Duodenal for whatever reason. I don't know why. I just have these scenes in my head. So I have this imagination that Duo, he takes off Dullahan's head or something. And then he's like, haha, wasn't too bad. And he starts walking off, like lowers his guard. And then Dullahan, he just rises back up because he's fine without his head. Just like, I don't know, grabs Duodenal or some shit. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be sick. I don't know the context for it. I don't know why it's gonna happen. I don't know if it's gonna happen. It just came to me one day in a dream, and I'm like, hell yeah. I think that's cool as hell. Because you see, right now, I'm just really go with the flow. Everything is cool as hell. I'm gonna think about it. I haven't really planned out shit. But you get the idea. Dullahan is fine without his head, as the name suggests. So it could be that he is just a living corpse, living human, living armor or whatever, since that's what Dullahans are originally, living armor. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's move that. Move that. Okay. No, he only has this one head that he puts on. He could. I could think of an idea where he has multiple heads and they change what he's capable of. But he's just gonna have this one head. And what I'm thinking is this Dullahan, he can still emit smoke from his body and shit. Like the original Dullahan, because the original Dullahan, what I had him do was he could emit black mist from his body. So like from this hole in his body over here, or this hole around his neck, or from the spike, or his prosthetic arm, he could emit a black smoke, and he would use that for his illusionary tactics and stuff. So what I'm thinking is, the new Dullahan, he can still make smoke and stuff. I'm thinking his head could just be a mist. It looks real, it can be real, but eventually somewhere down a fight or something, you just replace it with smoke and you won't realize. I don't know, man. I just want him to be cool, bro. I'm just putting together whatever I think is cool. I haven't thought about it too much. Normally I would be like, I don't know, that doesn't make sense and shit. But right now, I'm just kind of like, this was my first ever OC, and he's gonna stay that way, bro. He's just gonna be cool as hell. Alright, let's, fix that. Okay. Yeah, I'm still thinking of him being a bioweapon, let's see. Yeah. Could be a zombie. You see, I think a Dullahan is fine because I'm thinking his body was just put together as a mishmash of corpses. Though technically he's already dead, but somehow he has this second life and it makes no sense. So he's kind of like an undead monster. So I think that would make sense for Dullahan. But yeah, he's still gonna be a bioweapon. So you see with the lances, the cool thing is, lances are designed so when you hit something with them, they emit such a giant amount of force, the lance breaks when you use it. That's how lances are normally made. So that way, it's like, when you stab someone with a lance, it doesn't get jammed in them or anything, it just breaks. And then you can use your other weapons. So I'm thinking, Dullahan's lance is made out of his butterfly scales. So when he hits someone with it, it disperses into a bunch of scales. And then he can recall them back and make his weapon again. Because he can control his butterfly scales. And I'm thinking he can use his butterfly scales for the mist instead of actually emitting some smoke for no reason. But yeah. I don't know, man. Bug people, cool. Okay, what's going on here? What's up with this? No. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Okay. I think this should be fine. Let me just move that there. Nah. You know, I'm just gonna keep it as what it was originally. Just gonna ignore that. Something's up with this. And that's it. I don't know. Funky. Yeah, they're not gonna be able to reproduce too fast. I don't think that's gonna be it. I'm thinking... I don't know, maybe they had a bad leader or something that led out to a falling out with the plant people. And I'm guessing, I don't know, because this is all just conjecture on my part, even though I'm the one making this world. I'm gonna be... It's all conjecture on my part. But I'm thinking they had a bad leader and that led to something. And a falling out with the plant people. And they decided, okay, you're too dangerous for the plants, the flowers, and all of the planet. So we're gonna wipe you out or something. And then and then Zoriel notices Dullahan is trying to do something else. Like, instead of fighting or something, he's trying to protect a flower, and he's fighting his own people. So Zoriel kills others. And he vouches for Dullahan to be like, oh yeah, this guy's good. And I'm thinking maybe that can lead out into the torture and stuff, and the plant people that don't trust him because, you know, he's the race that they just try to wipe out. They start torturing him and all of that, and then they eventually lead to this. After this, I don't know, bro. Like, it's like, okay, we can't trust you. So we're gonna turn you into, like, our own little golem kind of thing. So I can't trust you, so I'm gonna turn you into my own mechanical doll to do what I want you to. If you're okay with that. And Dullahan is like, well, it's either that or die. So I'm gonna just accept. And then this would probably lead into what makes Dullahan Dullahan. But yeah, I'm thinking it's some sort of revolution or some shit, bad leader. There's gotta be some reason, some incentive for them to overthrow. I'm thinking probably they want to keep the runic technology for themselves. They make some fake hoax conspiracy that the plant people are killing them off so they can use the insect bodies to, like, mass produce rune weapons or some shit. But in reality, the leader or whatever, he just wants the runic technology for himself. And then it would be something like that. But I don't know. I'll probably think about it once I'm done the redesigns. Because right now my brain is like full force just thinking, alright, does this design fit with what I imagine? And all of that stuff. Since the plant people, the plant and the insect people are gonna be this ancient race, that's for sure. That's why I made Dullahan look so primal in design and stuff. But you see, if it was an exterior thing, they would serve no chance. Because, think about it like this, right? You have the people who can make a nuke. You have the guys who provide the uranium, and you have the guys who can make the science, right? If someone is like, we're gonna fight you for your uranium, the guys who can make the nuke and the guys with the uranium, they're just gonna join together and nuke the guy, right? It's like, the fuck you gonna do? We're gonna just nuke you. Goodbye. But you see, if there's infighting involved, then they can't use the technology. Because it's barred beyond the symbiotic relationship of both sides. So until one side wins, you can't use the technology. Aside from what you already have. So that way it would be some sort of Cold War kind of thing. But then eventually infighting occurs. They can't use the nukes or whatever. They have whatever runic weapons they already made. But like, that's it. Once they break the runic weapon, it's like, that's done. So it's more of a test of skill. Like, what race is the better warriors? In this case, the plant people are just the better warriors, not in brute strength or anything, but because they're better in strategy. So like the insect people, they're more like barbarians and stuff in a basic sense. Whereas these guys, they would be more strategic. Hello, Cross. Enjoy your chemistry class, bro. I hate chemistry. You see, although I said symbiotic relationship, it's technically more of a symbiotic relationship only in terms of weapons. They don't actually rely on each other to survive. And if one race were wiped out, the other race can still thrive and stuff. It's just that together they have the additional weaponry, so they can just live in peace and not have to worry about any outside threats, because outside races and stuff just see the shit as way too dangerous. But eventually, after the bug people get, like, whatever, wiped out, the plant people will eventually soon follow, aside from Zuriel and maybe a few others, like a few remaining stragglers. Because, you know, now that there's no bug people, and they can't mass produce the weapons aside from the corpses they have, it's like, because you see, it's like a living human, they can technically generate infinite blood if you give them enough time. But once they become a corpse, they're not generating any blood no more. Whatever blood they have, that's it. So in the same sense, once the bugs are wiped out, the creation on the runic stuff is permanently limited. So eventually something's gonna happen, some outside race is gonna be like, oh shit, there was infighting. Now's my time to jump in. And they're gonna start fighting, wipe out the plant people, try and steal whatever runic technology. Israel goes away into hiding, with the few remaining, and all of that stuff. So there's probably gonna be a few runic weapons in the world of Oxidize, like on the black market and stuff. Whereas others, they're gonna be using them for fun, testing them out, break the weapons, and it's like, well, can't make a new one. And then the people who know the information, they're gonna die out. It's gonna be lost to time, because plant people have a long lifespan. They can share the knowledge down without it being tampered with, like a game of broken telephone. But there's gonna be infighting, secrets. Like, I don't wanna tell my kid this, because what if he tells someone else and all of that stuff? It's like, I can say on my deathbed, what if someone's listening in, right? And all of that secrecy and all of that stuff gonna lead into the people that do know from this war eventually vanishing. And it's like, these will just be a few rare weapons that collectors and merchants find and random places buried. Just like Dullahan and Zuriel are the only living plant people still. He could be. He could be a heretic that somehow sways the hearts of the insect people. It's like, follow me and I will give you greatness or some shit. And they're like, I don't trust you, show us something. And it's like some sort of cool feat. And then it's like, oh shoot, we should follow this guy. Or something else. Or it could just be some sort of insect person who just has immense greed and good spokesmanship and extreme charisma. It's like, follow me and you'll know what true power is like. Currently we're being limited. We can do much more, much better. We can conquer the world and all of that shit. Because, you know, in a peaceful world, eventually somebody's gonna get bored of the peace. And they're gonna want something. They're gonna stir up some sort of drama, some sort of plot, some feat. and then eventually it's gonna all lead back into war and stuff. So I'm thinking something like that. But I don't know if it's gonna be outside source and inside source. I'll have to think about it as I write this document and stuff. And then once that's done, it's like we chill. Because I do plan on making Oxidize a game. So there's gonna be a lot of stuff that I'll write in a document that won't make it into the comics. Like maybe a few hidden speech, a few random dialogues here and there, but not too much. And then the rest of the lore you can explore in the game down however many years from now. Or you can just read the doc if I make it public. I don't know. You see, Dullahan shouldn't normally be this big. He's this big because he's a chimera. So it's like beetle people. They're strong, durable, but they're short, fat, stubby, all of that stuff, right? They're like a ball. Cricket people, like Dullahan's legs, they're tall, lanky, kind of like adrenergic, but they're short at the same time because all of their height is in their legs. That's it. So their head would most likely be like over here or something. So they're short and stuff. Moth people, they don't need strong legs, so their legs are smaller. They focus more on their wings and stuff. Scorpion people, close to the ground, they focus more on their tail. Because if they're too high up, their tail's gonna be their head's gonna be in the way of the tail. Because they're not used to using their tail above their heads. Which is why normally smaller body, bigger tail. And Dullahan is just an amalgamation of all of these things, like the best of each creature, thus making him really tall, really bulky, and all of that stuff, which normally shouldn't be possible. It's like taking, I don't know, genetically modified humans. You take the best from like a group of people. It's like taking your brains, taking your legs, taking your muscles, taking your, I don't know, your abs. Hell yeah. I'm gonna take your hair because I like your hair or something, and just like mishmashing it into like the ultimate superhuman kind of deal. Normally they shouldn't be this big. Dullahan's way too big for his size. So like even Cereal right now, he's like this tall. And if I do this, as you can see, Dullahan, he's taller than Zuriel. And Zuriel is a plant person, trees are tall, all of that stuff. So it makes sense Zuriel's pretty tall. But yeah. Yeah, normally they would be small, like, not as small as the Lethal Company loot bugs. I'm thinking Flower Man size. You know, Bracken. I'm thinking like Bracken size. They're not too tall. About as tall as you. Maybe slightly taller. But Dullahan, so like, I don't know. Let me just undo this. Let me pull up Oxen real quick. Oxen, where are you, my Drilla? Okay, let's resize you. 50. Resize you. 50. Okay. So like Oxen, my dude. He's only up to Dullahan's chest, right? It's like, yeah. But most of it is Oxen's hair. So if I ignore Oxen's hair and just like give him a fade, a low taper fade real quick, right? It's like Oxen barely makes it up to like halfway through Dullahan's chest. So it's like mostly like this. Most insect people would be around Oxen size. Basic like 175 centimeter kind of deal. Whereas Dullahan over here let me just, also, why is this, this is nurse number 14. Let me just not save that. But, Dullahan over here. As you can see, his legs are crunched up. So, if you were to take this, and then you would just, take this line over here, and instead rotate it. So it'd be like this, right? It's like Dullahan can be much taller than what he already. Bruh. I hate this. You know what? Oh, bruh. Okay, I'm done, bruh. I'm done with that. Let me see. Can I like zoom in my camera? Also, what is my battery at right now? 66%. Jesus. Oh, hey guys. Hey chat. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna. Can I do that? Yeah. I'm just gonna do this, bruh. All right. Hey chat. I think I just always use the front camera. Okay. But yeah, as I was saying, I don't know when I was saying it, but as I was saying, he's gonna be. So what Dullahan is gonna be? He's gonna be like heart transplant. So the plan is, Dullahan's gonna be the last insect person left after the genocide or whatever, because the plant people win, using their strategy and all of that stuff, causing infighting amongst the bug people themselves. And then Dullahan's gonna be the last one left. They don't trust him. There's gonna be skeptics among the plant people. It's like they might say, "Sure, we trust you, Zuriel. We're gonna trust this guy." But then one person might be like, "I don't trust this. This is the bug person. What if he tries a revolution, like one man's army assault, and all of that stuff?" And eventually, that's gonna lead to somebody on the plant people, or like a bunch of plant people, like a whole squad. They're gonna start torturing Dullahan behind everyone's backs until he's just in an irreparable state. And then the rest of the plant people, they're like, "Shit, this is our only generator for stuff.
We need this guy. So they're gonna mishmash a bunch of corpses, like, they're gonna give him the legs of a cricket. They're gonna give him the fluff of a moth. They're gonna give... He was originally a butterfly man, so the wing is just always there. He's gonna have... bug people, so basically... Bug people's scales and, like, body parts. But primarily their scales, they can be used as the material for runic weapons. Because runes are so strong, there's nothing living in the current planet of the in the Blit. There's nothing that exists that can withstand powers. So bug scales and stuff, they're the perfect durable catalyst. This ancient race has this extremely strong primal energy that can withstand all of this runic stuff. So, using their scales and stuff in a symbiotic relationship, the deal was, hey, we'll give you our scales and stuff. You give us the technology. And we'll make weapons together. We can make armor together, all of that stuff. Because the insect people, their scales are the only thing capable of withstanding. It's like, it's trying to have an explosive reaction in a glass beaker, right? Because your glass beaker, if it gets too hot, it's just gonna kaboom, right? You need something that can withstand the heat, or else the explosion just goes everywhere, right? You can't contain it. But if you have some... So it's like, I don't know. It's like making a bullet, right? You have the bullet full of the gunpowder, all of that shit, whatever. But it's like, right? If you shoot the gun, right? You don't want the bullet to just explode inside the gun, right? Because then, what's the point? You're just blowing your arm off. You want to shoot this thing, right? So you need a good... Can you kill collectors? Yes, you can. Technically speaking, anything can kill a collector. It's just they respawn. So it's like, there's no point in killing a collector. So it's like, you can kill the collectors, kill all 20, whatever. But it's like, the moment one dies, another just pops in. They don't know why. It just pops in and it eats the body of the old one. And it's like, okay, thanks, bruh. I worked so hard to kill this man and you just come back? So it's like, what's the best way to say it? So it's like, say you... I'm just gonna use game terms because this is gonna be a game at one point. It's like, say you aggro a collector for whatever reason. It just has this aggro permanently on you for whatever reason. Like, I don't know what you did, but this collector is out for you. It's out for your ass. You can kill the collector, and a new one will take its place. And that new one won't carry on the aggro of the old one. It's just a new passive collector that's like, hey dude, I was just born. I'm gonna just take this dead body and toodaloo. He doesn't care what the beef was with the old collector. He doesn't care if you killed the other collector. He's just chilling. He was just born and he's like, I'm a chill dude. I'm not gonna fight nothing. I'm just here to eat, right? Because that's what collectors are for. But for some reason, like, if you decide to go in a tussle with a collector, be it you want to use their body parts for something, or they're after you, you can kill the collector. Like, yeah. Insect weapons, well, insect runic weapons will have the best chance at doing it. Probably the easiest. Like, I'm thinking with Dullahan's lance alone, you could probably kill at least 100 collectors before the lance breaks. But if he were to thrust it, he could, like, one-shot the thing, but he'll break the lance at the same time. Like, it's based on how you use the weapon. But it's like, he can one-shot these collectors if he wants, right? He can take on 100, no problem. Durability of the weapon will break only after 100. So, like, yeah, he can take on about 5 waves of all 20 collectors at once. Or was it 10? I think it's 10 waves of 10. Or was it 5 waves of 20? I forget how much collectors I said there were. Let me pull up the documents. Because if nobody got me, the document got me. Let's see, setting.docs. Let's see, collectors. 10 collectors at all times. Yeah, so Dullahan could take on 10 waves of collectors if he wants. No, so it can explode depending on the type of rune. So if you're using some like explosive energy, so it's like when you hit something, you want it to implode from the amount of energy you're unleashing into it. Or like you're putting in a ton of G-force, right? So like say a car crash, right? That produces a lot of G's when you hit something, right? Centripetal force, when you're spinning, you create a lot of G's in all of that spinning, especially like race car drivers and stuff. They feel all those G's. It's like, oh shit, all the speed. It's like, it produces a lot of G's. So you can make a runic weapon, so when you hit something, it just multiplies the amount of G's you hit them with, all of that stuff. But if you use it on something that's not durable, like the bug scales, what will happen instead is that it's like a shit, and it'll just explode on itself, or it'll just crumble to dust. So you can't really use the runes or test them out on many other things. Like people could try them and all of that stuff. What the people who took the technology from the plant people after all of the infighting and the genocides and all of that stuff, they'll try and use the runes and they realize they can't. So what they would do is they would instead weaponize the destructive properties of just inscribing a rune. It says like, oh bruh, you're building on my property, I don't like your house, move it. Like, bruh, I just built my house, I can't move that shit. Bro would just inscribe a rune and his house goes poof. It just explodes. Like they would use that for arson and all of that stuff. Because it's like, I can't do anything else, bro. I just have these bugs and that's it. Literally destructive graffiti, yeah. So like that's the only thing you could technically do. But it's like, it's not that it could always explode and all of that stuff. It kind of depends on the material. I'll probably write out a list or something of like things that explode or things that crumble to dust. All of that stuff. But yeah, it's like, you couldn't really do much with runes. And besides, the runic information, it just got all lost after that one generation. Because it's like, well, broken telephones, secrecy, I don't want to give this information. Because like, what if he tells other people, right? Because this is a lot of power and I kind of just want it all for myself. I don't want to tell you even if you're my kid, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's like this. Fueled by greed, they don't want to tell the people. And due to this broken telephone and like putting together the scraps, it's like they lose their runic information after fighting so hard for it and after wiping out the plant people. He's like, okay, great. But they turn all of the bug corpses that were left after Dullahan's revival and all of that, whatever was left after there and before the plant people were wiped out, they made all the bug weapons they could using the corpses because, well, they need a living bug to make a genetic modification like Dullahan. So if Dullahan was dead, they couldn't put him together like this again. But because he was still alive, they could put him together like this again. But if they're not alive, they can't use the corpses to just make a new one, kind of like a necromancer or anything. They couldn't do that. So because they couldn't do that, it's like, okay, we have all of these things, might as well just start using it and make all the runic weapons we can. And like, that's that. Okay, let's see. It wouldn't melt the scales because the scales that could hold it would be fire resistant. So like say Dullahan's shoulder pad, right? Dullahan's shoulder pad, it's this fire beetle kind of deal. So you could inscribe the fire rune on it, and because of the heat resistant properties of this specific beetle shell, it wouldn't burn or anything. Like it could superheat up. You could use it like as some heat, as a radiator if you want. It's like, oh man, it's chilly. Just inscribe the heating rune, and it's like, aha, I'm nice and toasty. It's my own campfire, kind of deal. So it's like, the type of insect matters for the type of rune. You can't just be like, oh man, insect. All right, I'm gonna do whatever I want with it. You have to be specific about it. It's like putting water in a frying pan with oil. That's not a good idea, right? You should not put water in a frying pan full of oil. That's not gonna mix. But if you say put, I don't know. I can't cook, bruh. I don't know why I'm using this analogy, bruh. You put an egg on the frying pan with oil instead. It's like, bruh, my mom's calling me. Really? Okay, I'll be back. Alright, we're back. We're back. Okay. Woohoo. And I got rid of the sweater. I'm not doing the Stolfo head thing. So I don't need my sweater no more. That was way too hot, bruh. Alright. Like, if you don't know, I am a cold liking dude, bro. Okay? I have my window open. It's like minus 10 degrees right now. I have my window open. And I have my fan blasting. Alright, I like it cold. I'm gonna be honest. So, let's just, get the chat messages back up. All messages. Alright. Okay. So the plants and insect stuff, it's more of a symbiotic trade relationship, right? If it was a parasitic relationship kind of deal, then it would be they're farming, right? But because it's symbiotic in nature, and they're helping each other out to make this technology, all of that stuff, there is no farming going on or anything like that. They're just actually... Yes, I'm from Canada. I am a Canadian boy. I love a cold. What can I say, bruh? I love it being cold. No, why do you think my handle is Frost Demigod, bruh? I love the cold. Alright, it could be minus 20 out, and I am not zipping up my jacket, bro. I like it cold. Like, I don't need my gloves or shit. Like, maybe sometimes if it's like, you know, maybe I don't want frostbite today. Then I'll zip up my jacket and all of that shit. But it's like, you have to fight me to get me to zip up my jacket, bro. I like it cold. I like it so cold. I don't know, bro. You see, it's because now that I can draw, because as a kid I would draw, but you know, I was no good at it. I was just some wee drywall eating toddler, bruh. I wasn't good at that shit. Let me just rotate my charms real quick. Looks weird. Okay. Like, I couldn't draw the way I wanted as a kid, right? Because I'm a kid. I'm no master or anything at art. So as a kid, I'm like, I have so many cool ideas. But that doesn't look right. And they give up. Or it's a really shitty drawing, and I'm like, oh, this is so cool, right? Like, I was always a rule of cool kid. Alright, I loved cool ideas, cool monsters, all of that stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh! Bakugan? That shit was my jam, bro. I see, like, Beyblade? I see Dragoon pop out of a Beyblade, and I'm like, oh, shit. Bro, is so cool. Oh, my God. I see Obelisk the Tormentor, and I'm like, oh, he is so badass. I love this man. I love these guys. Like, I love monsters. It's like, holy shit, they're so cool. Which is why, whenever I went to my school library, I was like, do we have a book on monsters? So my librarian would be like, we have books on monsters over in this section. And they give me all the book on monsters and stuff. And I read all of it. But it was boring, like... I don't want to say boring white people monsters, because that's racist, I feel. Stereotypical monster, bruh. So like the Cyclops, or some big dude with a big nose, or like Bigfoot. Like, no, these aren't the monsters I want, bro. I want some like super cool demon dude, bro. I want some monster, bro. I'm talking like monster. But it's like, yeah, I couldn't get any of that as a kid aside from like Yu-Gi-Oh and shit. And I'm like, oh man. So like now I can draw. I'm like extremely rule of cool. I'm like, bro, I'm living out my childhood to the fullest right now. All right, I couldn't make the monsters then. I'm making them now. All right. Which is why a lot of my stuff, a lot of my designs, it's like, does it make sense? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't make sense, bro. Like, you could try to make sense of it. It ain't make sense, bro. And you know what? I'm fine with that. Like, I'll think about the making sense part after the fact. I just want the shit to be cool, bruh. Alright? Rule of cool is my beloved, bro. I haven't told someone I'll consume the calcium off their bones before. But I have told someone that I can't talk and speak at the same time, and I think that's like quote worthy. I was planning on making it my grad quote, but the day I was gonna make my grad quote, I completely forgot about that quote, so I missed my opportunity, bruh. I was gonna say, and I can't talk and speak at the same time, bruh. Yeah. Because you see, I was in a call with like a teacher or something, and I was talking with my friends on Discord, and then I realized I can't type and speak at the same time. I just can't. Like, I could be saying something and typing something. I can't do that. I have to be typing and speaking the same thing. But because I was typing and speaking, what I wrote was, I can't talk and speak at the same time. And my friends clowned me for it. They're like, what? Frost? Can't talk and speak at the same time? I'm like, no! No, guys. No. I meant type and speak. I meant type. But yeah. I just really like Rule of Cool. Like, things don't need to make sense to me. As long as it looks cool as fuck, bruh. I'm chill. I'm chill with it. But yeah, the bug people and the plant people, whatever they're gonna be called, like, I could just call it something really simple, like the insectoids, some bullshit. But it's like, I don't want to go the simple route, bro. I wanna think about this properly. So it's like the bug people and the plant people. You know, I'm gonna take a line out of the Markiplier book. I'm just gonna call him Treeple for now. All right, the Treeple and the Beeple. Okay. So it's like the Treeple and the Beeple. It's like they were in a nice symbiotic relationship. I was like, bro, we finally found it. Your skills, they can withstand our technology. And it's like, all right, what's in it for us? And it's like, we could help reinforce your village because we have the strategy. You guys don't. We can help you guys out. And we could also reinforce your own body parts, your armor. And we can also give you the weapons with our technology. In exchange, you give us the materials to make these weapons. And all of that stuff. And then basically, symbiotic relationship. Yeah, the Treeple and the Beeple. We're just gonna call them the Treeple and Beeple for now. Like, I'll give them an actual name, but saying bug people and tree people is gonna be such a pain in the ass. So I'm just gonna say Treeple and Beeple for now. Alright, name subject to change, but Treeple people. Some goofy ass bullshit, bruh. Alright. And last one over there. As for his cyborg arm, when you mentioned, is Dullahan gonna still have a cyborg arm, I realized I hadn't thought about what his cyborg arm was gonna be. Because I knew he was still gonna have his metal prosthetic arm. I just didn't know what it was gonna be. Am I gonna make it some super futuristic, like, heat propulsion cannon or some shit? But then I already said, we don't have guns in this world. I'm not gonna just give him a cyber gun. I just said there's no guns. I'm not gonna be like, omae wa mo shinderu. That makes no sense. So I'm like, okay, let me think about his weapon. He uses a lance. Okay, I learned about lances. I learned they break on impact and all of that stuff. And once you're in close distance, you can't really use a lance. Like, you might be able to use it like a polearm, but it's not gonna be too good, right? So it's like, okay. So what now? What does he do in close range? Grabbing and stuff. And I'm like, okay, what weapon works at close range, but I don't need to... And I'm like, okay, swords. Basic bullshit. But I'm like, if his arm is like a scythe or something, or a sword, he's not gonna be able to hold the lance with his other hand to use it as a polearm if he needs to. I'm like, okay, what now? And then I learned about maces. I'm like, oh, bro, a mace. So basically, these spiky parts on his hand, right over here, 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 and here, it's like the flanged mace of the Germans. And I'm like, hell yeah. His arm's just gonna be a mace. Because that way, when he's in close range, if it's like someone's behind him, he could just go like wham, and like pierce their armor or whatever, break their bones, and have that additional force. Like, I could maybe make these not sharp, so it probably does better as a mace. But I don't know, bro. Like, I could probably just make it less sharp and more like an actual mace kind of deal. Which was like some weird shape like this. I don't know. I might do that, honestly. So, because it's like maces, they had this weird flange shape. It didn't really do anything. But, yeah. Wrist flexibility, he has none. He cannot flex his wrist like this. He can't. His wrist is just permanently straight, alright? So that's why initially his claws were gonna be down here, because my original idea for him, let me just change this because I'm gonna make those less sharp and more mace-like instead. I'm gonna have to fix the pixels for all of that afterwards. But my original idea for his arm was gonna be... Let's pull up the circle tool. Alright. You have a circle right here, right? And then... Hold there, hold there, hold there. Okay. So, my original idea was that... he would just have his 3 fingers, kind of like this, so... But, you know, a bit better, because right now I'm just kind of drawing this all on the fly. But, his claws would probably be something like that, probably closer together or something. So, like, if I just, squish this... and then just squish this like that, right? He'd have his fingers there, and then he'd have the rest of his mace arm kind of like that. Now, that was my original idea, but I just couldn't draw his fingers properly here. I'm like, awful. So I decided instead of this, he'll just have he'll have the same like basic shape right here, but instead he'll have, so we'll do that, and then he'll have his thumb in the middle of his arm right there, and then he'll just have his 2 claws over there, whatever. That's his new hand. But yeah, he can't flex this shit. He can't bend this shit, nothing, bro. It's just a straight up ball. And he's just balling. But yeah. Okay, let's fix this. Like, he is gonna lose cool factor because it's not gonna be sharp and stuff no more. But you know, I already have enough characters with like arm blades and stuff, you know, I should probably change. I should probably change my concepts a bit, bruh. Because okay, even Zuriel over here has an arm blade. Like, this bro does not need an arm blade. He does. So I'm like, you know, because I just really love arm blades. I don't know why. I don't know what spurred on my love for arm blades. I just absolutely adore the arm blade. I'm like, this is peak. So, yeah. Like, Zero ain't need the arm blade. Like, bro's chill. But I gave him the arm blade. Because hell yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna do this. Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna change these back into like proper mesh shape. Because, you know, arm blades, I'm kind of overdoing it with the arm blades on like everything. So I should calm down with my arm blades. Arm blade fetish on gun. Like, where is my homeboy? Adrian, bro. This guy is the pinnacle of arm blades and shit, bro. Has the two arm blades over there. He has a spiky elbow. He has a spiky pointy thing coming out of his hand. Has a spiky claws. Has a spiky knee blades. Has a spiky tail. Spiky ears. Spiky head blade. This guy is my pinnacle of love for arm blades, bro. Love this guy. This guy has the shoulder blades too. But yeah. Bug people? What's the best way of saying this? Like, I could say a dumb adult, but that's such a wide spectrum, right? Like, if I say a dumb teenager, right? That's still such a wide spectrum. I don't know. I'm thinking like 19-year-old kind of intelligence. I don't know. Because they have the time and experience to learn things better. It's just they are very impulsive in nature and very battle oriented. They like spars a lot. Kind of deal. Okay, let's see. This should. Okay, that should go like this into that. Okay. Yeah, relatively smart, but immature, impulsive, barbaric. Like a Viking. Yeah, like a Viking. I think that's the best way to say it. They're like Vikings in the sense where it's like, yeah, they can think if they bother to, but they don't want to, right? And it's like, I want to have my fun now, kind of deal. Okay. Yeah. There were raiders, conquestors, all of that stuff. You know. But you get the idea. It's like Vikings are dumb. They're smart. They're capable. But it's like, they don't put their focus too much in the thinking part. They're not entirely barbarians. They can think, they can strategize, all of that stuff. Whereas like, when they're in the fight, they don't. They just go at it, right? Like, I don't know. I'm probably very uneducated on the subject. Like, my only real experience is fucking Vinland Saga, bruh. Alright? So it's like, yeah. My sense of reality is skewed there. And I'm well aware of that fact. But now that I said my sense of idea is Vinland Saga, you can get an idea. Kind of like the Vinland Saga Vikings. Those dudes, they like their fighting. And they take their joy in fighting, all of that stuff. It's like, they can think things through, they can plan shit and all of that stuff. But normally they're just kind of there for, bro, I want to fight. Like, you can do whatever bullshit you want, I'm here to fight. Act first, think later. Yeah, exactly like that, Hector. Okay, let's see. You know, I should have fixed the line art for this, or the sketch for this beforehand. Because changing the shapes for this is gonna be a pain in the ass, bro. Ugh. Why did I do this to myself, man? Yeah, I think that looks good. Okay. Brr. Yeah, they don't plan long term, but the plant people, on the other hand, they plan long term, all of that shit. So, like, as I mentioned, right, the plant people, or treeple, yeah, I should stick with the name treeple for now. So the treeple, as I mentioned a bit earlier in the stream, I mentioned how in the symbiotic relation and the initial dealings, they were like, you know, we'll help you out and we'll put the traps in your village, right, to help keep people out. And that way, it's like, you're better odds, and you know where to pinch or attack. But you see, the treeple, they planted those traps. They know exactly where they are. They know how to work around it. They know how to disable it. So during the infighting, the treeple might have made use of the traps, tampered with it, or just completely disabled it to do a surprise flank attack. Because the insect people, they're like, yeah, we have the traps. We just have to protect the front gate. They're not gonna go through the back. The traps are all there. And the treeple just go into the back. Like, haha, surprise. You never expected the Spanish Inquisition kind of bullshit. Because the treeple, they plan long ahead. They were like, I don't know if there's gonna be a falling out, but it's best to have a failsafe. Because they're trusting people, but they'd always rather have the failsafe just there for a worst case scenario. It's like, you trust your dog, but you still have the electric fence for the worst case scenario. Like, I don't know, how do people use electric fences? I don't have a dog, I don't have an electric fence, I don't know this shit. I'm just putting out whatever I can think of right now, bro. Okay, I know, better, kitchen analogy. My favorite, the kitchen. I love the kitchen. You have a fire extinguisher right beside the stove. You're not thinking, oh man, I'm gonna blow up the stove today. Or man, I'm gonna need this fire extinguisher. But it's there for the worst case scenario. You don't need the fire extinguisher. You're fine. You're a safe cook. You know everything. You check your gas, all of that stuff. You make sure nothing's leaking. You use your stove normally. You clean it, all of that shit. You make use of your stove properly. But the fire extinguisher's still there. You don't think you're ever gonna need it, but it's there, right? You want to prepare ahead of time, even though you're never gonna use it. It's like that fail-safe for that worst case what-if scenario. No, because you see, I do have a fire extinguisher beside my stove, and the fire extinguisher has yet to explode after about 10 years. Yeah, 10, 12 years, the fire extinguisher's been good, bruh. I don't know what it is. It's not like right beside, it's like off to the corner from the stove. It's not like, alright, here is stove and my fire extinguisher right here, buddy, hell yeah. Nah, nothing like that. It's like, there's distance between the two. It's like, oh shit, bro, I'm cooking over here, and then I'll go, oh shoot, fire, kind of deal. Alright, I know I just said this was the stove and that was the fire extinguisher, but we ignore that, okay? Nah, bro. Okay, I'm not good with analogies, bro. I'm not good with words. Like, technically speaking, I am good with words. I'm good at bullshitting on the spot. But like, yeah, you get the idea. Alright, let's see, how's my finger doing? Okay, stop bleeding. That's great. Woohoo. Alright, this is gonna be like that. And you are gonna be oh, where? Okay, I see. Yeah, because the arm actually ends over here. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this would be over there. I can't really think of a better analogy. Having a bear trap on your front lawn. Yeah, you're never expecting to see a bear on your front lawn. You don't even live in a place with the bears. But you just have the bear trap on your front lawn. Why? Because why not? You don't know when the bear is gonna be falling from the sky and just land on your lawn. You want that bear gone. So you have to bear trap on your lawn. Why? As I said, you don't know why. You just have it there. It's like, yeah, I don't know. In a place that never snows, you have a snowblower. Why? For the one day it snows. I don't fucking know. I don't know, bruh. I'm not good at analogies, man. I can't think of it. But yeah, it's like the treeple. They planted the traps so they know how to disable them. It's like they planted the traps for the benefit of the people. They were never planning to use it as, aha, we planted these traps. We know exactly how to use it, so we can backstab you guys later. That was never their intent. They did it for the benefit of the treeple. But it just happens the circumstances lined up where it's like, well, shit, there's a fight. Gonna have to use the traps against them. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Kinda deal. I don't know, man. I can't explain that shit, bro. Concentration camp. No! No, it's not. It's not. No! This is my Holocaust. No! 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 Why, Penta? Why? Penta, why'd you say this? No. When I was thinking traps, I was thinking like a spiked wall, spear traps, you know, spiky ball pits, you know, kind of like Terraria style bullshit. I wasn't thinking like gas chambers, man. Nah. Oh yeah, you're caged in and shit. Nah, bruh. Nah. Nah, that ain't it, bruh. Nah. Penta, why'd you say this? No! No, Penta. No, please. No, this isn't how... This isn't my oxidize. No. This isn't how I want it to go. This isn't my story. Just think about the snowblower analogy, bruh, alright? You just have a snowblower just because. It's like you have the snowblower because your neighbor's like, hey man. It's like, could I borrow your snowblower to blow my leaves or some shit? It's like, okay. I don't know why, but here, take it. It's like, your snowblower is there as your neighbor's leaf blower. Can you use a snowblower as a leaf blower? I don't fucking know. Maybe. You can use a leaf blower as a flamethrower, I know that. But it's like... yeah. So your neighbor's like, hey, dude, could I borrow your leaf blower? And it's like, okay. I don't have any leaves on my lawn, but I have a leaf blower. And your neighbor just uses it as a flamethrower. It's like, fuck yeah. Oh. Like, okay. I don't know. It's more of a blood donation kind of thing. So it's like butterfly, the butterfly variety specifically. It's like they would shed the scales off their wings occasionally. Or it's like beetles and stuff, they would molt. And all of that stuff. Or it's like in the chrysalis stage, they take the chrysalis after they're done emerging from it. All of that stuff. It's like they'd basically use the remains, and basically because the people and stuff, they're like, bro, my son, he just shed his first scales. Could you make something with it? As a gift for him. It's like, hey, my man, I'm down. It's like some dude finding some random rare ore in his backyard. He's like, hey, dude, look what I found in my backyard. It's like, oh shit, bro, that's cool. I can smith something up real good for you. And it's like, hey, my man, my homeboy, thank you. Sort of like a currency, but it's also a symbiotic because the plant people, if they want, they would inscribe their runes directly on the bug people. So it's like, hey, dude, I want you to inscribe the heat rune on my shell. It's like, because they would share the knowledge beforehand on how to do the runes, all of that stuff. And it's like, all of that stuff. They wouldn't exclusively say, hey, here's what you draw, here's how you draw it. It's like, here's the alphabet. You have to draw the letter A in a specific way, so the letter A, let's say, you'd have to be like, that line through, right? You can't just be like, line through that, or like, line through that. You have to do that line through. But it's like, they'd show the symbols, so it's like, you know exactly what all of these symbols are, you know what they are. So that way, we cannot betray you guys. But you guys don't know the way to draw it. So that way, you guys can trust us to engrave these runes on your body without us being like, oh bro, you're gonna blow my arm off. So it's like, they trust the people like that. Yeah. It's not an abusive one. It's a give and take relationship. What can I even say? Like, because when I was thinking about the symbiotic relationship, I was thinking primarily of how bees spread the pollen of the plants so the plants can grow and stuff, right? But it's like, that doesn't really particularly apply in the current context. So the relationship, it's symbiotic in a similar fashion, but not for the same reason. But you get the idea. Or at least, hopefully. I don't know, bro. Thinking is hard, man. Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me just grab my Astolfo plushie real quick. Okay, there we go. Alright. So the plant people, they have this specific riding limb kind of thing. So the plant people, normally they would use their riding limb for other things, such as planting seeds, all of that stuff. But they can use their riding limb to write runes. So in this case, Zoriel's riding limb is actually this plant coming out of his armor right here. So let me just turn on the color layer real quick. This vine that's coming out of the crystal on his knee, that is Zuriel's riding limb. So if Zuriel wants to inscribe a rune, the limb around his leg would unwrap and it would basically be something like, okay, let's do this. It looks something like that. So basically, all the plant people will have a riding rune like a riding limb like this. And basically, this would be a really close-up thing. You wouldn't normally see it like this. Normally, you'd see something like that, right? But close-up, this is what it looks like. Really close-up. And basically, they would etch the runes in like that way. And this thing secretes a very special, like, serum pollen kind of thing. And basically, yeah, the sap. Yeah, that was the thing. I forgot what tree sap was. But basically, this would eject the sap, and you could use that to write the rune. And all of that stuff. Okay, let's undo that. Okay, Dullahan's appendages seem fine. I just have to fix the line art for this bullshit. Okay. So it's like the insect people need the trust. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore the triple and beeple because I'm clearly just not saying it for my own sake of ease. So I'm just gonna keep on saying insect and tree people, although it's more effort. But alas, I'm too dumb to use the shortcut. But yeah, so it's like the tree people, they need the insect scales to write the runes on. Because otherwise they're just using their tree sap for like feeding purposes, all of that stuff. Growing plants, nurturing plants, all of that stuff. Yeah. And then basically it's like the insect people, they'd need to trust the tree people enough to let them write the runes on their body. Because yeah, you can bargain away your scales and stuff, but if you want to improve your own like durability and stuff, right? Like say you're a beetle, right? You want your armor to be as strong and tough as possible for the worst case scenario. So like you don't want your shell to break one day, right? Because if it breaks, that's all you have, right? Once your shell's gone, it's gone. You want it to be durable as possible. It's like giving unbreaking and mending to your diamond chestplate in Minecraft. Because you don't want that shit to break, right? Like, once your chestplate breaks, you're gonna have to make a new one, all of that stuff. You're gonna lose your protection enchantment, all of that stuff. So you want to give it that unbreaking and mending, so you don't have to bother living without one. Because in this case, you can't really grow a new shell. Maybe you can after enough molts, but it takes way too long. Yeah, but you see, in this case, you can't just regen your body with a single molt. You would have to do it over the course of multiple molts. Because, yeah, you lost a limb. You can grow it back, but it's gonna take a bit of time. Because healing isn't like that. You take a while to heal. Like, even now, if I, say, had a giant scar on my arm, like right here, it's gonna take a while for that scar to heal up before it's, like, not visible anymore. Like, sure, I have, like, marks and stuff on my arm right here from, like, wounds as a kid. Like, you can faintly see it, like, some marks here and stuff. And it's like, over time, those marks will go away. Like, I had a dick-shaped wound over here. It was literally, like... I had this... that... right here, alright? And for the longest time, I would always laugh at it like, it's a dick. But it's like, it's gone. You can't see it anymore. It's gone. So it's like, after enough time, the wound will just be like it's never there. But it takes time for the wound to heal. So it's like, you can't just regen it after one molt. Like, sure, these are strong insect people, but they still need time to get their limbs and stuff back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have long lifespans. They can deal with having these long molts. They don't have to worry about it too much. They can, after like 3 molts, they'll get it back or something. It takes a while, but they have the long lifespans to deal with it. Because insect people and tree people, they are the longest lifespan races on my planet. So like, they could probably go for at least a good century. Or a good couple centuries even. And they'd be fine. Right? So like, during a couple centuries, like, yeah, you can get at least a good couple molts in. It's like, yeah, you can regrow your limbs, all of that stuff. But it's like, obviously, you want to take preventative measures so you don't just no, my arm, it's gone. Right? You want to reinforce your arm so it doesn't go like no, my arm, it's gone, guys. No, you don't want to do that. So they take the preventative measures. It's like I want you to, or it's like even enhancing runes, right? So like say insect person, cricket, right? They can jump real high, but they want to jump higher, faster, right? So there's a rune for that, right? It'll probably be like a pressure rune or something, and you just draw the rune there, and then it's like kabloom. You can go zoom in, all of that stuff. But it's like you still need the rune to be inscribed for your own benefit. It's like, yeah, there would be insect people who are skeptics, and they're like, yeah, I'm chill without the runes. I don't need them. I'll take a runic weapon and shit, but I don't need you to inscribe it on me. But it's like there's some people who would be like, I want to be stronger because they have that like warrior spirit. They want to be fighting. They want to be sparring against each other. And because the insect people, they love sparring. They love fighting each other. All of that stuff. It's like there's gonna be a few times where it's like, oops, I accidentally chipped your shell. All of that stuff. That's gonna take one multi heal, but at least it's not broken. But it's like sometimes they might get too into it, and then it's like, oh shit, bro. Sorry, man, I kind of just ripped off your wing. Sorry, bro. That ain't coming back. I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry. It's like, bro, you ripped off my wing, man. That's gonna take like a few molts to get back. It's like, sorry, bro, but at least you can get it back, right? It's like, sometimes they'll get too into it, especially the battle-focused ones. They'd be like, yeah, if I can get stronger with this technology or whatever that we're bargaining or malts and stuff for, might as well, right? So they know the symbols just so they can trust the tree people enough to engrave it onto their own bodies. Because obviously, right, if you give your stuff to the tree people could easily just make the weapon and run off and then backstab you later, and you're like, what do I get out of it? I know the symbol. I can't draw it though, right? So they would use exchanges for their own benefit. They would have their own weapons, but they could also engrave it on their own body. So the tree people also feel this way. That's like their bodies are enhanced. I'm not gonna fight them, and the insect people would be like, their weapons are enhanced. We don't need to fight them. How widespread? No, in this case it is a prosthetic arm. Because Dullahan can no longer molt. So he can rip off his head and reattach it perfectly fine. And he can like rip off his arm, but he can reattach it, kind of like self-surgery kind of deal. Welding, right? It's like, sure, you break this metal rod. You can put it back together after welding it. It's not the same metal rod, but you can still put it back together. So Dullahan is kind of like that in a sense. So like, because of the torture and stuff, and Dullahan was basically on death's door, he can't molt anymore. Like, sure, he still has long life ahead of him, but he can no longer molt. So obviously it's like, okay. And because he lost his arm during the torture and all of that stuff, it's like, well, shit. We can't... Oh, we don't have another arm for you that would fit with your body because it's already a weird mess hybrid. Like, your body is a beetle body, so you'd need the beetle legs. Or the beetle arms. Because only the beetle arms work with the beetle body. It's like, the legs, they can be anything you want, because the beetle body is flexible in the leg department, but not in the arm department. It's like, we only have one beetle arm. What the fuck we do? We could just leave him armless or something, and it's like, we have the corpses here, no arm matches, but we could make a new arm using runic technology and basically just hyper constructing metal. So it's like, this is a prosthetic metal runic arm kind of deal. Yeah, he can he can't molt to regenerate his body, but he can still molt his skin because it's like it's getting old. So I'm gonna just give myself a new refresher. But he doesn't have the properties of the bug people where he can just molt to regrow them. He can do the normal molts to refresh his body. It's like, oh, I have a scar there, I can molt to heal it off. But it's like he can't regrow limbs and stuff no more. He's a weird chimera, and the molting just doesn't work that way anymore. But yeah, he can still molt, so Zuriel can still make more like runic weapons and whatever, and all of that stuff. So Zuriel can protect himself and all of that stuff. So like Zuriel's sword over here. Zuriel's sword is a runic sword that uses Dullahan's scorpion tail over here. So Zuriel's weapon, runic weapon, and all of that stuff. And it's like runic weapon's really powerful, all of that stuff. Okay. I had this one sketch where I saw what his body was like. Where was it? I posted it somewhere. I don't know where. Let me see. Where was it my Twitter? No. Ah, right here. Okay. Copy image. Do I have a 1:1 resolution of that one? Let's see, maybe I do. No, that has his arm here. No, not that one. Here. Come on, Frost, you had to have sent it somewhere. No, Frost. Come on, bruh. Come on, you had to have saved a work in progress, man. Frost, you dumbass! Okay, whatever. Okay, gonna have to deal with this. Whatever. I'm just gonna... Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, shit! Oh, Frost, you absolute lad. Okay, I can do it. Wait, was it 50? Oh, Frost, you absolute legend, bro. Whoa. Okay. There we go. Okay, let me just global select that, delete that. Okay, and then do that. Okay, so his body basically went. Let me turn off the sketch so I can see this. Thank you, Frost, for saving this. Okay, let's see. Is this? It went to window. Right? Is that it? Okay, there it is. So turn off the sketch layer, turn on the line art. Now I can follow the body shape exactly how it was originally intended to be. Woohoo! Thank you, Frost, for having the failsafe. I love you. Okay, there we go. And body would be like that. And the rest of it is irrelevant now. Okay, sweet. Thank you, Frost. I just needed that. Yeah, his molting is messed up. So, because he's a chimera and he's basically a mass of different insects and stuff, it's like, well, his body biologically doesn't know what to do with it. It's like, bro, that ain't your arm, bro. I can't I can't fix it. Because Dullahan is a butterfly person at its core. He only has the butterfly molt. But because of all of this genetic surgery, it's like, well, his molting's messed up, so he can shed scales and all of that shit. He can be like a snake and he can peel off dead skin. All of that stuff. But he can't just like be like a full cicada and just emerge from his dead molt and is like, aight bro, brand new, I'm chill, I'm Gucci. You can't do that. Yeah, so he can't do the full body molt. Alright, let's see. Okay. Gonna have to put the screws in there. I was debating on whether his metallic arm would have the screws or not. Because, like, for some advanced technology race, right? Are you really gonna have to use screws to hold down the metal in place? Probably not. Logically, you don't need to. It's some ancient technology. You don't need the screws. But like, old Dullahan had the screws, and I don't want to lose the screws, bro. Alright? I've already got a few screws loose. I can't have these ones any loose. Yeah, I don't know. They could just be like, you know how when you use a threading needle, it's like you make that little tiny indent for the seam? Like, you can kind of see it. It's not really there, but you kind of see it. It's like, you could have... It could have been some runic thread. You just, something like that. I don't know. But I just want him to have his screws because, you know... Homage to his old design. Because, you know... To one extent, you could be like... This isn't Dullahan anymore. Like... You can kind of see it, but at the same time you can't. It's like, yeah, I'm just doing whatever I can. Because this is one insane as hell redesign, bro. Because at least the Zoriel one, you can at least see it, right? He still has his shoulder pad stuff. He still has his amethyst helmet. He still has those weird ear things. He has his one shoulder pad there. His armor wasn't much to talk about. I actually do have the underside of his body. Where is it? The rough sketch. So technically underneath his cape thing, this is what his body would look like. Right there. So it's like he would have the armor right here. Over there, so he still has this bottom pelvis piece, whatever. His dick armor, chastity cage. It's like all of that stuff. It's like I do draw all of this stuff, although I cover it up anyways. But it's like, yeah. No, the only bug and plant people left is Dullahan. He's the last bug person that exists. Zoriel, for sure. But there could be more plant people. I don't know. Because I do have it, so... In the arc where Oxen loses Residuum, and he has to go to the Moonflowers to find some cure. It's like, he happens to stumble upon the plant person village underground or whatever. So, some village underground that people don't know about because it's secret and it's locked away behind all of these walls, and there is no tunnel to get to it. They just buried themselves in. But it's like Oxen, he's blind now. He melts through the walls because he just wants a straight path, and he just happens to no, Oxen loses his replicant at this point. He isn't being consumed, but he loses it because he got injector venom into him during the tussle with the injectors. He got a sneak attack, and Residuum last effort was like, no, Oxen, wait, jump, whatever. It's like last ditch effort to block. Residuum gets injected and perishes. Oxen runs away. Because you see, Oxen. Let's pull up Oxen again. Oh man. Okay. What pixel size is this? 4. Okay, so I can just do a 50%. Hell yeah, I can. So much easier. So Oxen's eyes would normally, instead of be like this, they would actually be like this. So as goofy as this looks, his eyes would normally be something like that. So this is Oxen's eyes normally, but something happens and he goes blind. So now he's blind and he doesn't have his eyeballs. It's like, fuck, I'm blind. So his eyes instead are his replicant filling in for his vision. So instead, he has his eyes back, but it's using Residuum. So without Residuum, so if Residuum's gone, it's like, aye man, I'm gone. Oxen's blind again. Because he doesn't have those replicant eyes to fix him. So he can't see shit. So after the injector venom, because these guys, they have their own eyes. So, you know, over here I have the goofy 2 pixel eyes on all of them aside from Duo. But if I pull up, aha! Perfect! I just happen to have this. Oh god, bro, this pixel is gonna kill me, bro. Oh, fuck. Nah. Frost, what is this? No, you're making me cry, bro. What is this? Okay, but as you can see, they have their eyes. Their eyes are normal and stuff. But even zoomed in, Oxen wouldn't only have the one slit for his eye. He wouldn't be able to see the iris or anything there. Whereas these guys, they have their irises. It's called iris, right? Called the part of your eye? The iris? I don't know. Whereas Oxen, he only has his pupil. He doesn't have the iris anymore because his eyes are gone. So yeah. Because he gets the injector venom in him, he can't see. So what he does, uses his acid, digs straight down to get away from the injectors because it's like, shit. I know which way is north, but that's it. And he knows if he goes north, he would reach the Crystal Village, which is this work in progress, which I really need to go back to, because I really like this one. So it's like, this is the Cloudburst Outpost that I mentioned. This is the biggest city in the Adipicer Adipicer? I don't know, bro. I don't know the name of my own world anymore, bro. It's over. It's over, man. But it's like, this is the village he wants to go to, because it's like, it's the biggest village. It should have some sort of cure for injector venom. I don't know what it is. I don't know how I'm gonna get there. I just know which way is north. I'm gonna keep on wandering. But he hears that the injector is still stalking him, because after the tussle, he managed to get away. But injectors, what they like to do is they like to, after their prey gets away, they like to deactivate and they start slowly stalking their prey. Because like, bro doesn't know. Bro doesn't know I'm still following him. And injectors are smart. The moment they realize Oxen's blind, they're like, I'm gonna make use of this. So they would even like taunt him right in front of him, but he wouldn't know. They just like toying with him. And then eventually Oxen, he'll just dig straight down, using his acid to make a tiny hole for him. Just go like, whew. And then he knows which way is north, because he's only been going north. So he just digs straight down, and then he starts melting through the wall of the caves or whatever that he generates. He's just like creative mode, just hacking through the walls, just going straight. And then he finds this secluded like chasm, because there's no tunnels going into the chasm. He made the tunnel to the chasm because there is no one. Because after the years and stuff, these guys were self-sufficient. They make their own food, all of that stuff. They don't need to go out. They don't need the water from the crystal rain or anything. They're just in. Yes, this is the huge crystal from the crystal deluge, the crystal flood. So basically, the lore for this city is, let's open the Word doc. Hell yeah, I love my Word doc. I think I wrote about it. I don't know if I did. I haven't written about the race. Did I write about it? So the Cloudburst Outpost, known as the Lotus from the Flood, the biggest city on the Blit, and their golden area where frequent floods hit, but it's far away where it doesn't become a marshland because, you know, obviously if you have too much rain, the soil is going to become unstable. It just becomes a marsh, but it's safe from that. And there is a giant crystal surrounding the city, which is tall enough to pierce the clouds. Hence why it's Cloudburst, as in bursting the clouds. But Cloudburst also means rain. So, it's kind of a play on words. So it's both like the rain outpost because it rains the most there, but it's also the city that bursts the clouds. And basically, yeah. They could be, because this is the biggest city. They might have it, but as I said, over the one generation after the war, the people with the information kind of died out because they didn't want to give it away, even to their own heirs, because it's like, I don't trust you. You're my own kid. I've raised you exactly how I want, but what if I give you this information and you just sell it off, right? Like, this is dangerous information. I can't just give it to you. So because of trust information, this never gets passed down, all of that stuff. So the Cloudburst Outpost, it might use some of the runes and stuff, but nobody knows how they work. Nobody knows how to maintain them or anything. They don't need maintaining. That's the best thing about runes. But yeah, the Cloudburst is not the bug plant civilization, no. So this is just some... Wait, no, I tabbed the wrong thing. Let me just close this. Keep that. I don't need this. Okay. Let me just hit save. So this is just something separate. This is not when Oxen is blind. Because as you can see right here, Oxen has the white thing right here, which means he has Residuum at this point. Because this green thing, these green bands, those are Residuum. So Oxen, he can make his like chlorine, like acid and all of that stuff without Residuum. He can make all of that stuff without Residuum. He's fine without it. But to make his swords and stuff, let's pull up Replicant over here. So to make the swords and these bands over here, he needs Residuum to make them. So in this case, he, as you can see here, he has Residuum. He has the white part on his hair, which means Residuum's eye is there, which means he can make the bands. Hence, he has the bands here. So this is after the entire plant bug arc, whatever. So basically, let's open a new canvas. This is a small canvas. Okay. So let's do this. Make sure my mic's not muted. Okay, sweet. So let's say we have that, right? You have this random... I'm gonna use white. You have this random hole and this black space, right? And you can have a bunch of tiny pads that interconnect whatever. It's like whatever. A bunch of tiny cave systems and all of that stuff. But none of them ever reach this place. This place has been walled off to time. So basically, these tunnels used to connect at one point. But what they did is they were like, you know, our attackers, they're not gonna come back. They think we're all dead. And we don't believe they're gonna share the information, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna wall off these tunnels. And after time, these tunnels start caving in after their own nature and all of that stuff. Like the floods make it chalky, or like water. Other people, they're like, oh man, I'm gonna start digging here, and then it's like that crumbles, all of that stuff. But nobody's ever reached here. But Oxen, on the other hand, he's like, I need to go straight. And coincidentally, his path completely straight happens to minorly intersect here. And that's how he stumbles into this village. He's taken in as prisoner. Whatever, he explains his situation. He's like, I'm blind, I need you guys have some sort of like pharmacist or whatever who can cure injector venom. Because like, I need this guy. He's my best friend. I've been with him. I need him back. It's like, alright, something happens. Probably he's gonna do some sort of quest to gain their trust. And then afterwards, they'll let him see Zoriel, who would be in this very deep, secluded part down at the very bottom. So, let's take this, right? Let's turn off the global. And, okay, let's do a radial. So let's do this, and we can have repeat like that, right? So you can kind of see it. There's like a depth going in there, right? And if you go deep enough, you'll reach where Zuriel is, because Zuriel's kind of like the last stand kind of dude. Yeah, they basically made a terrarium or something. Luckily, the thing with Oxen and stuff is his acid, it doesn't stay. So if he doesn't want his acid anymore, he can go like snap, and it's gone. It would just all start disintegrating and whatever. So Oxen, so this is not a top-down view, but rather a flat ground from a map point of view, right? So if you're looking at a map, up and down isn't depth, but up and down is just length, right? Distance. So Oxen, basically, so if I do this, so as he's digging through the tunnel, or whatever, it's basically, okay, you know, let me do this, and then instead, no, okay, and now, let's do this, right? Okay, so basically, no, what's the best way to do this? Okay, let's have, black, right? Okay, so, this line here, Oxen, as he's going through, he's basically just melting through the rock as he goes. He's like, okay, generate the acid, starts melting the rock, whatever. And you just keep on going straight, ahead and ahead, until he feels a breeze, and he's like, wait, it's an open. Am I at the surface? Where am I? Because he's blind, he doesn't know. And then he's taken hostage. But Oxen, he's a pacifist, so he's not gonna fight or whatever. All of that stuff. Yeah, for the quest, he's probably gonna plug back in the hole or whatever. Or something like that. Because it's like, yeah, it's like nobody's gonna just jump into a deep hole because, you know, Oxen, when he burnt the hole underground, right, he didn't do some sort of like staircase or anything. He just went straight down, right? And you know the rule of Minecraft, right? You don't dig straight down. And like some random passerby, they're not gonna be like, oh man, oh a hole, jump in, because they're gonna fall, break their legs. They're like, ah, fuck, I'm dead, right? So it's like maybe they could use a rope, but because of the constant changing terrain of the blit and all of that stuff, sand is gonna cover it up. It's gonna bury back in. It's gonna like quicksand. It's gonna be something else. So the hole he went straight down, that's gonna be buried. But the tunnel will probably still be there, but nobody's gonna come across this tunnel. And maybe Oxen, for his quest, he's gonna refill this tunnel back in, do whatever. And then they'll let him see Zuriel, and then he somehow gets out. I don't know, maybe Zuriel has teleportation magic or some bullshit, I don't know, man. Maybe they have some teleportation room. Something like that. But yeah, after Oxen digs through here, he goes into the village, gains their trust, and then you'll come across Zuriel and the Moonflowers, whatever. And then, yeah. Although, problem with that, at the same time, is I don't know where Dullahan plays a part into this entire story arc. Dullahan's there. But why is he there? What does he do? What's his relevance in this story? I haven't thought about that. Because when I was thinking about the story, I only had Zuriel in mind. And so, in my dreams and stuff, which is where most of this comes from, is like, when I'm sleeping and I'm waking up, I'm like, oh, I had the greatest idea. So it's like, that's where, like, most of the story comes from. And it's like, in my head, I know Dullahan was gonna be a bug person. I know he's gonna have some relation to Zuriel. But the connections weren't there. So when I came up with this art, I don't know what Dullahan's doing here. I was thinking maybe after the plants bloom or something happens, like Zuriel has some self-defense protocol that only activates when the plants bloom. And it's like, Oxen will need to stop him or something. But because it's no longer friendly spar, Dullahan jumps in and is like, I'm not letting you kill my friend or some shit, and it becomes a 2-on-1 or something. I don't know. It's gonna be something. Yeah, so Dullahan, because he's basically been resurrected kind of as like a golem, he isn't a golem. He has his own sense of mind and all of that stuff. But when they fixed his body and stitched it back up, they programmed extreme loyalty to the plant people. So although Zuriel's like the only one left, Zuriel trusts Dullahan, but Dullahan, even though he has the subconscious thought of, I need to be loyal to him, he's loyal to him because he's his friend. He's good friends with Zuriel. So it's like, I'm thinking, okay, so how I have it, so moonflowers only bloom if they're entertained. Now that sounds really dumb, and you're like, how do I entertain a plant? These plants learn from the bug people. They love battles. They love seeing people fight. So how they're gonna bloom is after trial and error, and after Dullahan been like, hey Zuriel, I wanna fight. They realized the plants love their spars. But only after a certain amount of fighting will they bloom. And they only bloom like once a few centuries. They're like, once they got their fill, they're like, you can fight as much as you want. I'm not gonna do shit, bruh. I've had my fill, alright? I might get hungry again in like another few hundred years, but until then, I'm chill. You can fight all you want. You can give me all the popcorn you want. I'm not gonna do shit, bro. I'm not gonna eat that popcorn. But it's like the moment they're hungry, they're like, I want the popcorn, bro. Yeah, pass it up, pass it up. So it's like, Oxen just happened to be at the moment where, so I know this is gonna be very shonen bullshit. It's like, oh, he just happens to come across this village. He just happens to come across right when the plants are ready to bloom. They just need the fighting. I don't know. I know it's very bullshit. It's very, oh man, plot armor, all of that shit. But it's like, I'll probably make more bumps or something different. This is all just really rough first draft. But I have it so, when the plants bloom, it means there's been enough fighting. And Zuriel has to be one of the ones to fight. Because these plants react to other plants. So if another plant is not fighting, they're never gonna bloom. So basically, they could be mole people. Make my cement kin. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. But it's like they could be mole people, they could be like the last remaining like plant people, like one or two or something. But it's like, yeah. After that, it's like, okay, they're back. They're fighting. Zuriel's fighting, and the plant blooms, which means Zuriel has reached a state where he's been beaten, and although it might have been a friendly fight or whatever, he's been beaten. That's a bad sign. So Zuriel would have the self-defense protocol, where his body wilts. So you see, Zuriel, his design over here, it's all white, it's all clean, all of that stuff, right? His plants and stuff, yeah, the green parts of his body, they're all nice, green, healthy, all of that stuff. But I have one form for Zuriel, which I might draw after this. But I don't know if I'll do a character sheet or something. I'll probably just do a full illustration, kind of like Redesign over here, because I didn't make a Redesign character sheet, right? I have the Oxen character sheet, and then you're like, okay, I'm just gonna infer his mask goes over here, and his coat over here goes over here. And obviously, because the belt isn't around his coat anymore, it's gonna be around there. It's like, okay, that's Redesign. Right? I'm not making a new character sheet for that. It's real, I might make a new character sheet. But I'm gonna be real. I'm a lazy bastard. I don't know if I'm gonna draw it again, man. Like, I'll probably draw it, like, illustrations like this. During the comic, I'll draw it. But it's like, I'm a lazy bastard. I don't want to draw a sprite, because drawing a sprite like this takes so much effort compared to drawing an illustration like this, because illustrations like this I feel I can be a bit more creative, whereas here I can only really do static poses. It's like, that's why I haven't drawn a single back view, bro. Like, for all I know, Adrian's back view, he could have his ass bare out there, bruh. Because even in, let's see, even in this one, right? You don't see what the back of his body looks like. You know he has this black thing. These black spats looking shit. But, like, is his cheeks just out there for the world to see? You don't know. You don't see the reference sheet. You don't see the back view. Do I know? No. I don't. No, I'd hope he doesn't have his cheeks out there. Yeah, I made this guy, but do I know? No. Why? Because I didn't bother thinking about it. Like, I'll probably think about it. I'll probably have this vision in my head, but it's like, back view, I don't know, bro. Alright, I'm just kind of chilling. It's just like, Dullahan, I kind of see the back view. His back view would probably be something really simple. So it's like, he'd have his body, whatever. Just, you know, basic loaf shape, whatever. And he'd have his wings over there for his tattered wings. Like this. And then he'd just have his beetle wing. Like that. And that would be Dullahan's back view. But it's like, okay. I see this in my head. And you could probably infer that from the design. But do you know? No, because you're not the one who made the design, so you're kind of just guessing all of this shit. So it's like, I could make another sprite, I could make a back sprite, but I'm just a fucking lazy guy. Like, once I see the front view, I kind of have this 3D model in my head, and I'm like, I kind of see it. I'll go with it. So that's why, like, Duo, surprisingly, he's the only one with a back view. But, because it's like, when you look at Duo, right? And you look at this guy with his weird shirt thing, right? I'm like, okay. So, how does his tail relate to his shirt? It's like, okay, he just has a hole there. Why? He has a hole there. But you see, in the grayscale version, It just all looks like one thing, right? You're like, is his tail fused with his shirt? Or is his... Are these things his skin or his shirt? I don't know. Like, you guys don't know this. Because you're not the one who made this design. You don't have the image in your head. I do have it. But I'm just a fucking lazy bastard who doesn't want to try. So it's like, yeah. But basically, Zuriel has this one form where he wilts. And what would happen is when Zuriel wilts, let's pull up the color thing. So let me pull up some random ass color, bruh. Let's do fucking probably something like this. Okay, and then the second color would be that. So, Zuriel's case. The green would become orange, and the white would become brown. Aside from his face. His face would be chill. Because that's his face. But anyways, it's like, yeah, and then let me just, I don't know, do the shading or whatever. And Zuriel's colored form would be, let's see, let's do a hue shift. Increase saturation. Some bullshit like this, right? I know, very rough, very bullshit. But the plants and stuff, because you see Zuriel, he has this moonflower aesthetic. He's not gonna be this brown. In fact, it's gonna be more probably like something like that, ashen gray, kind of wilted thing, or he's gonna be like Dullahan, where it's just black and ash, kind of like that. So probably Dullahan kind of color. But you see, in the original Zuriel design over here, this thing over here, that's a plant leaf. That is a moonflower leaf. This cape over here, that's a moonflower petal as well. He doesn't have a cape on his back or anything, but if he did, that will also be a moonflower thing. So when he wilts in his self-defense form, this is gone. This doesn't exist no more, bro. Alright, this is also gone. Which is why I have it so you can... I have the rough version here, so it's like, when he wilts, this rough version becomes the reality. It's like, okay, he has his body piece there, because he doesn't have the cape thing no more. And his arm would be like that instead. And you just ignore whatever his petals are. And, yeah. So, Zuriel has this wilted form where it's like that black and orange kind of color scheme instead of this green and white. And I have it so once the plants bloom, they're like, shit, he's in danger. So, Zuriel's own flight or fight would kick in. Even though he's perfectly fine. He knows he's fine. But his instincts and the plants around him, their instincts, they're saying, you're in danger. So he'd go on autopilot, berserk mode kind of deal. And I have this cool thing. I have it written. Let's see. Let's go to Zuriel. Where is that? So, he has a mode. The self-defense mode is called Moonflower Autumn. I know. Cool as fuck. It isn't. Alright? It sounds very cringy. Very like 8th grader. But it's like Moonflower Autumn. Hell yeah. So, he sheaths his blade. And he slowly transforms into his withering state. And then after he's fully withered, his sword becomes orange. And it creates autumn leaves. So basically, whenever he slices, it creates a trail of autumn leaves, which is gonna be a pain in the ass to draw. But it's gonna be cool as fuck. And basically, these autumn leaves slashes, they don't actually exist. It's kind of like a stylistic thing. He doesn't actually just spawn in leaves. Like, aha, I have a leaf wand. Woo! Spawning in leaves. No, it's kind of like a trail effect. But if he cuts you with it, he can also make projectile slashes and stuff. And basically, these leaves, if they cut you, they burn. It's like actual fire. It's flaming. So, despite it being autumn leaves, it's burning. It's like 1,000 paper cuts kind of deal. And it's like, let's see the flavor text over here. The burning wrath of the past destroyed season. You're gonna be deleted or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, thermite. So it's like, yeah, that's the Zoriel's withered form. When he has his sword sheathed, you can technically fight him while he's transitioning. Until it won't be able to use a sword, he can't draw it. And Zoriel, although not in this character sheet, because I didn't line art it in the sketch. No, first draft. Yeah, in the first draft you saw these triangle things, right? I didn't draw them in the final part because I'm just lazy. I probably could, it won't take that much time. But it's like, those seeds, they follow his left hand. So as you can see here, if I turn off... I have way too many layers, bro. Alright. I'm just gonna delete the silhouette too. So as you can see here, roughly speaking... let's do that. You can see... it's kind of following what his fingers are doing. So basically, he can control these seeds with his fingers. In his withered state, these just drop to the floor. They no longer float. He can't do anything with them. So in his withered, while he's transitioning, he can't use these ranged attacks. Only melee, like fist-to-fist shit. No, so you see, because the flowers, they'll bloom regardless of the situation after enough fighting occurs. So it's like... I have this one analogy. But it's like the one analogy I don't want to say. It's like edging. I can't say this. No, I can't say this. No. It's like popcorn. Okay, better analogy. Food. All right, when in doubt, go to food. Okay, so. Okay, so say you have popcorn kernel, right? You put it in the microwave. After you heat it up, it's gonna burst no matter what you do, right? No matter how much you try to contain it, no matter how much it's like, I don't want to burst right now. It's gonna pop out. It's gonna become popped corn, right? But plants are the same way. They're gonna bloom. But the thing is, they know if they bloom, something's happened. So it's like, if they bloom, they know they themselves are very resource rare, sparse, whatever, and they're really crucial, right? It's like these things have great medicinal properties and all of that stuff. You could like make a great bargain and all of this shit. It's like they know once they bloom, something bad might happen. That's why they activate Zuriel's defense form, and they would activate the defense form of all the plant people, regardless of how many there were. So these plants existed back then as well. It's like, yeah, if there was enough fighting, they bloomed. And you know, if the other people were the bug people, and these guys, plants bloomed, entered South defense form, was like, fuck me, I guess. You just went like Kaioken times 5. And I'm just Krillin over here. I'm like, hey man, cool down, chillax. Yeah. The fighting with oxen would lead to the plants blooming, which is the goal. But once oxen uses the serum, gets back Residuum, Zoriel's already within the transition state. But oxen doesn't know this because he's been blind the entire fight with Zoriel. So oxen, he's probably died a bunch of times. But, you know, rule of intent, Zuriel doesn't want to kill Oxen. So if Oxen doesn't want to die, he'll come back. I know, very bullshit shonen shit. But once self-defense mode activates, rule of intent no longer applies. Because these plant people only have one intent, and it's kill. Alright? You're finished. Yeah. Yeah, because the rule of intent exists. So it's like, if you don't want to kill somebody, and they don't want to die, then they won't die, right? So, as I was mentioning these plant things, one of Zuriel's main attacks is he can flick. And when he flicks, the seed goes like super fast, and it just goes BAM! Straight into your head, or like through your body or whatever. It's like a bullet. He could just like shoot bullets straight up. But he could like do a dual flick. So yeah, let me use my index and middle finger. So dual flick at the same time, because he needs the one seed to hold it down so he can flick it. But he could also just do flick and then flick as like two delayed attacks, or he could just do both at once, or he could just do one, or just do the other. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to flip you guys. But it's like you get the idea. So if you want to kill them, well, what matters is the attacker's intent. So even if you don't want to die, if they want to kill you, you're dead. But if they don't want to kill you, right? You're in this weird spot. You have two options. They don't want to kill you, so you're in this like deathbed state. If you don't want to die, you can come back. But if you feel like you've had enough, because this especially applies during torture scenarios, so it's like, I don't want to kill you, but I'm gonna torture the shit out of you. Eventually, they might want to give up. They're like, if I come back, I'm just gonna be tortured more and more. It's not gonna be I'm out. They die. Even though the killer was like, I don't want to kill you, because the other party is like, well, yeah, you don't want to kill me, but I don't want to come back. It's like, well, shit. Yeah, they kind of become like comatose. So technically speaking, they're alive, but their soul is just gone. It's like, it isn't coming back no matter what. They're dead at this point. They're basically a living corpse. And it's like, well, shit, bro. I didn't want to kill you, man. You could have just come back. So it's like, during the entire fight with Zuriel and Oxen in his first form, Oxen's blind, so Oxen's gonna die a bunch. But Zuriel would tell him a bunch ahead of time. It's like, these plants only bloom via fighting. You are going to die. I don't want to kill you, but you will die many deaths. And it is up to you on whether you want to keep on fighting this trivial fight, or you give up and die right there. It's like, after fighting, because Oxen just cares about Residuum that much, he goes through all of these deaths, comes back, finally gets his sight, plants are blooming, and Residuum's back. And he sees Zuriel for the first time, because he's blind the entire fight. He doesn't know what Zuriel looks like. And he just sees Zuriel in this transforming state. He doesn't know that's not what Zuriel always looks like. He doesn't know what's coming. And then Zuriel enters self-defense mode, and Oxen's like, shit, because Zuriel just lunges at him, and he's like, what the fuck? So Oxen's like dodging and shit, and he's like, I think this man's trying to kill me, man. This guy just that close to my neck, bro. I think this guy's trying to kill me. I don't think he's trying to go easy on me no more. Rule of intent no longer applies. Oxen has to fight back. And Dullahan would probably be like, hey bro, you can't kill my mans. So Dullahan would probably join in, and it'll become an awful 2-on-1. But you know, Oxen's my main guy, and I love Residum so much. They're gonna be powerful as fuck, bruh. Like, they're gonna have this great ass sword. Because, bro, the Residum tongue sword, bro, I'm loving this thing so much. It's gonna be crazy, alright? When I draw this fight scene, I want it to go so hard that nothing in the comic afterwards can compare. It's like, this is the peak of the comic, and you're not coming anywhere close to that peak ever again. Right? I want this to be my peak. The fight between Dullahan and Zuriel against Oxen and Residum. That's gonna be my peak. Yeah. So basically, Dullahan, he's just kind of just been sitting watching, because he's a guardman, but he knows that dude's blind. He's gonna be no threat, and Oxen's kind of just there doing like chip damage. He's like, I don't know where you are. I'm just gonna like flail my arms around. Hopefully, I hit something. After hitting Zuriel enough, it's gonna be like, oh man, whoa, finally. So like, because I do plan on adapting this into a comic, which would then adapt into a game, it would be this really shitty boss fight, honestly, where it's like, okay, you're blind, so you're gonna not be doing your best attacks, you're going to miss a lot and all of that stuff, and you're gonna constantly die, and you know, I might have it so it prompts you like, do you want to give up? But then you just kind of soft lock yourself, and it's like, okay, well, I'm stuck here anyways. So it's like, I'm not gonna prompt you. Bro's just gonna keep on reviving and all of this shit, ReZero style. He's just gonna like keep on fighting. Like, if you saw the latest Stronger Love Frontier episodes, you get the idea with the respawning kind of shit. It's a game, but it's like, yeah. You're gonna be this shitty, long-ass battle where it's like you're gonna constantly die, lose all of your HP. You're doing like this attrition. But then once Zuriel reaches half health or whatever, the cutscene happens, and then all the dialogue, and then straight into phase 2. We're fighting this guy, and Dullahan is also there, because how I planned the gameplay, you're gonna be turn-based combat. So you're gonna have to be fighting both Dullahan and Zuriel at the same time in a turn-based setting. It's like, it's gonna be fucked, bruh. But you know what? We'll get to the game design when we get to the game design, and that's not gonna be in the next 2 years, bro. Alright? I'm chilling. I'm chilling for now. That's definitely not gonna be anywhere soon, bro. This is a big passion project of mine. But it's like, yeah, Zuriel's gonna be in his withering state, and Dullahan's gonna be fighting too. Eventually, after enough time passes and enough damage, like, I don't know, Zuriel reaches 25% and Dullahan reaches 50%, Zuriel's self-defense mode deactivates. That's that. That's like, okay. And then afterwards, it's like, okay, we're all good. Sorry about that. Self-defense mode hasn't happened in a long time. I didn't even know about it. This shit. Because, you see, when they enter self-defense mode, they lose all sense of self, so they cannot think. They don't actually have that active conscious decision of, wait, shit, what am I doing? They're not like in the backseat piloting, being like, they see what their body is doing in their mind's eye, but they're like, I can't control it, kind of like, I don't know what anime it was, but there was this one anime where it's like, the guy, he's in his brain, and let's open a new canvas again. So basically, it's like, I don't know, you had, yeah, SpongeBob. Yeah, SpongeBob, my favorite anime. It's like you have the scene of SpongeBob and the little office SpongeBob's in his head, right? They see what's going on through his eyes. They can't exactly control what SpongeBob is doing. They can think of stuff, but it's like, well, I'll be. He's doing some crazy shit. I'm just watching, bro. It's like, Zuriel, that doesn't happen, so Zuriel doesn't have conscious recollection of what's happening. He'll just come to after the self-defense war's off, and he's like, shit, what happened? I'll see like tattered up and all of that stuff. And then it's like boss fight ends, whatever. And then Oxen and Residuum can finally make their way to the Cloudburst outpost. Do whatever they were gonna do there originally. I still don't know the goal of the story. I don't know why Oxen is traveling the world. I don't know. I just want this man to be a wanderer, bro. I want him to travel my world. I want him to visit every place. Because I do have it so... At one point, Oxen will die. For good. Residuum takes over. And it's like... Alright. And Residuum starts backtracking. Because after enough time, he's like... I miss Oxen. So he starts backtracking, remembering the entire journey. And seeing what happened to the aftermath. So as I probably mentioned before in a previous stream or something, there's gonna be one scene in the snowy village or whatever that doesn't have a name. I just know there's gonna be a snowy place on the Blit. And basically, Oxen, he makes his green flames and he gives it to the people as a sense of warmth that won't go out. Because, you know, in a snowy place, the wood and stuff, it's gonna be damp, it's gonna be hard to start fires, all of that stuff. Oxen gives them an eternal flame. Residuum comes back, sees they're misusing it, and if you saw the tweet, you saw the flavor text. I am here to reclaim Oxen's misused gifts. So Residuum, after finding these misused gifts, so like the flames, he's taking them back, ravage the village, whatever. Humanity doesn't deserve us and our gifts. All that shit. Kinda divine retribution stuff. Tons of knives? Shit. Holy shit, bro. This is fucking sick, bro. I'm gonna have to check this out a bit later. Okay. Gonna add it to my bookmarks. I'll look at it in depth after the stream, bro. When I saw this tweet, I'm like, man, this is gonna be a cool thing to look at. But then I see you made it. Holy shit. Bruh. Oh, bruh. These look sick, man. Shit. But yeah. It's like the Oxen flavor text for the Residuum. You know what? What's my phone battery at right now? Oh, 30%. What's this phone at? 36%. Chat. I think we're gonna have to turn off the face cam. Alright. Also, I completely forgot I had the chat window just completely off for the entire stream. So, big brain there. Alright. So, I'll still have my phone or whatever on the chat so I can see the chat and read it. But I am not gonna be able to facecam. Okay, let's do this. Could this rotate upside down? No? Yeah, I don't have a goal and I don't have a villain or anything. It's like I could have a villain. I could have a goal. But yeah, I kind of just haven't thought about it because it's like originally I did write a few chapters of Oxidize. One chapter and a bunch of side stories like Oxen dying to the Grimace Shake or some shit. It's like, oh man, that's great. But you know, or Oxen leaving Twitter. Oh man, that was a great one. I love it when my favorite OC leaves Twitter. Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, where was it? Where was it? I have it somewhere. Don't save. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Old comics. Oh yeah, the first ever chapter of Oxidize. A funeral. Why am I not crying? This, I actually planned on having as chapter 1 or chapter 0 and the final chapter of Oxidize. So after the entire events of Oxidize, Residuum goes back to the grave. It's like, fuck. Why am I not crying? It's like Mrs. Ox and all of that stuff. Because you see, what I had it as is so this story is like a loop. You'll read the first chapter, it's like somebody's dead, but I don't know who. And then it takes you through the entire story. And then it goes back to the first chapter and they're like, ah, it's him who's dead. Because this chapter doesn't name who's dead, right? You're like, I don't know who's dead. There's one name on the gravestone. This was my first ever time drawing a comic or whatever. This is when I started my grayscale arc and found my art style. And then it's like, oh shit, bruh. Anyway, let me just pull this closer. So that way I can do this. So it's like, this is where I found my art style because I'm like, you know, I'm gonna work on grayscale because I can't draw backgrounds and shit. So I'm gonna use this to practice perspective and stuff. And I was like, somebody died. You don't know who. Cuts to a story. Because you're already hooked. Because you're like, who died? And then it starts taking you through and you're like, I wonder who died. And then you reach the final chapter. It's the exact same as chapter 1 with minor differences. I'm like, shit. It's him who died. It's like, that was my original concept for Oxidize. And then it's like, I just kind of did side comics. So, Oxen dying to the Grimace Shake. Like, okay, great. Well, what is the lore relevance of this? I don't know. Oxen leaving Twitter, bruh. Oh man, guys, even storms have to move forward. Whoa, how corny is that? Oxen fucking left Twitter, guys. It's like, yeah. But then I realized, you know, I kind of didn't plan on Oxidize. And, you know, I could do these one-off short, stupid comics. Like, I could still draw the one-off short, stupid comics if I want. But I'm not calling that Oxidize. I'm just gonna call them something else. Like Oxen Doodles or some shit. Yeah. Oxen is gonna die multiple times. This guy's gonna go through tragedy, bruh. What's up with this? Okay, let's go back to line art. Because I've been ADHD braining through everything else besides drawing. I don't even know if I have ADHD. At this point, I probably do. But yeah, I realize it's like, I haven't really planned out Oxidize how much I want. And it's like, shit. Because then I made chapter 1. Wait, I have a better one. This one. Wait, no. I don't have the first page. Wait. Old cop. Chapter 1 full. There we go. Webcomic style, baby. And I had it so Oxen goes through bullying, goes through beratement from some adoptive parent, goes through betrayal. It's like, we never needed you. And then Oxen's like, was I fated to have nothing? And then after I wrote this, I'm like, I'm thinking about chapter 2 and I'm like, none of this checks out. This contradicts everything. Anything I come up with is contradicting everything in this chapter. Shit. And then I'm like, okay, you know, I'm just gonna scrap this. I'm gonna scrap Oxidize. I'm gonna have to actually plan this shit out so I can actually make a story that makes sense. I'm not gonna exhaust myself on world building and stuff. I'm gonna make the races and fauna and cities. But I would add extra lore and stuff after the fact, like during the game design part, where I'd have like extra items that you could talk to, like maybe a library or something with books that would give lore for those lore addicts. It's like, yeah, I'd probably have that there. But I'm gonna have to think of a goal. Like, I had one original idea, but like, the more I thought about it, I'm like, I don't know about this one. So like, my original idea is oxen. So, because I do have the start for Oxidize already written. It's rough, but basically, TLDR, Residuum wakes up. He doesn't know what's going on, but Oxen is running from something, and then they dive underwater. It's like, okay, Residuum still has no idea what's going on. He just knows he is Oxen's replicant, and nothing else. Because the way replicants work is they can awaken a long time after birth, or shortly after birth, instantaneously, whatever. It's basically up to each replicant. It's like, okay, every baby can learn to walk at a different stage, kind of deal. It's like, okay, I don't know how old this guy is. I don't know how long I've been out. I don't know nothing. I just know I am a replicant. And his original goal as well. Okay, I'm a replicant, and I know as a replicant, my instincts are telling me I need to take over this guy's body, be it control or contract. And then they end up forming a contract where it's like, alright, the moment I die, you can take over my body, and you can control it however you want, and I'm dead. But Oxen gives up this contract really easily. He's like, yeah, sure, I don't care. And because of this, Residuum, he has a change of heart. He's like, wait, what? Are you sure? And Oxen's like, you see, normally, a replicant wouldn't do that, right? They wouldn't have a second thought. They're like, fuck, yeah, did my goal. But Residuum, he has some sort of sense of, well, what do I do now? I've achieved my only goal. Now what? And then it would basically be a story of Residuum wandering alongside Oxen, doing whatever Oxen's antics are, until Oxen eventually dies and Residuum takes over. And now you may be thinking, wait, but during the Zoriel fight, couldn't Residuum just take over? Because Oxen dies multiple times, Residuum could just take over, right? It's like, yeah, he can. But he chooses not to. Because the way the contract works, which is the contract is the green band around Oxen's arm. That's how he gets that green band around his arm. And that's why, as Residuum, it is so neon green, whereas normally it would just be like a faint bland green like this. Like that, right? It wouldn't be so neon green. But because it's so neon green, it's been fulfilled, and it's at its peak, and the contract is done. So basically, the saturation of the band implicates how the contract is complete, incomplete, or like when Oxen loses Residuum, the contract will become black. But you see, Residuum, because he hesitated on the Wait, what? You gave it up so much already? Residuum has it so he chooses. He doesn't forcibly evict Oxen the moment he dies. He gets to choose, like, alright, if Oxen still wants to live, nah, fuck you, bruh. Kicking you out. I'm taking over your body now. Contract's a contract. Instead, Residuum's like, hey, Oxen still wants to go. Do I want to take over yet? And kill off Oxen? Or do I want to travel with this man a bit longer? Like, during Oxen's fight with Zoriel, he was banking on the idea that, well, Residuums is gonna take over the moment I die. So, sweet. Residuum comes back, sure it's at my own cost, but I don't care that much. Because Oxen is very self-sacrifice, kind of. And then, after all of these resurrects, he's like, wait, Residuum, why ain't you coming back? You could just come back and completely ignore the replicant venom, whatever. Like, nah. Okay. Because they can't communicate it, so they don't know what each other is thinking. Because Residuum's locked away because of this venom, whatever. It's like, Oxen doesn't know what Residuum is thinking. He just assumed, oh, the moment I die, Residuum's gonna take over. Because Oxen wouldn't have died before this point, so he wouldn't know. That Residuum actively chooses when he takes over. Basically, the contract form. And then it'd be some sort of kind of like Kino's journey in a bit, where it's like Kino and Hermes just vibing, going through all these villages. Why? I don't know. There probably is a why in the manga or whatever, but I haven't read the manga, so I don't know. But I loved Kino's journey when I watched it, so it's like, yeah. It's like that kind of deal. It's like there would be an end goal and whatever, but that's like the first part of Oxidized Chapter 1 that I have. It's gonna be a bit longer than just that, but yeah, because I'm not exactly writing chapters, I'm writing entire arcs. But that would be like the start of the first arc, the start of Oxidized. But where was I going with this? The original goal. Concept of death and true death. Yeah, death and true death is gonna differ because, alright. Alright. See ya, Penta. Toodaloo. I'll probably still talk about it so I can get out my thoughts in the VOD. So I can watch the VOD if I'm ever like, fuck, I know what this was, but what was it? But my original goal, idea for Oxidize or whatever, I was like, okay, Oxen doesn't have his memories. He doesn't know why, but he doesn't have his memories. So what he's gonna do is go through the world and reach all the power spots, quote unquote, which would be following the ley lines or shit. I don't even know what a fucking ley line is, bruh. I just hear them everywhere and I'm like, aight, bruh. Alright, he's following the ley lines. Great. And after reaching each ley line, he reaches a node. And these nodes would unlock his memories. I don't know, kind of like Breath of the Wild style, right? Or Link finally wakes up after Konoha. He goes through these shrines and stuff. Slowly, but surely. Well, learning a bit by bit of stuff that's happening. Going through these trials and stuff. He's like, oh, I see. But it's like, that was my original idea. And then I had this other idea. Where it's like, Oxen's gonna fight the world. Where it's like, okay, yeah, my world is a living thing. Like, it has a will of its own, which is why the collectors and stuff exist. Oxen's gonna fight it. I don't know why. Maybe the world goes rogue. And Oxen decides he's gonna fight it, whatever. Last ditch effort. You know, whole savior bullcrap. It's like, oh man, he was the savior. He saved our planet from destruction, from the evil, rogue will of the world. But I'm like, I don't want that. Because that's just way too cliche, and it's like, I've had enough of stories where it's like, oh, they have this big fight, and then live happily ever after. Whatever, they managed to save the world. Like, okay. Like Hulk. I love Hulk. It was a great read, all of that shit. I binged Hulk. I love that thing. But it's like, yeah, they have a fight like that at the end where it's like, oh, great big fight. And then eventually, everyone lives happily ever after. Woohoo. Like, okay. Great. But what if they didn't live happily ever after, right? Which is where the oxen death thing kind of would happen. But, yeah. I'm not gonna go with that either. Oxen hasn't lost his memories. So I'm not gonna go with the ley line thing either. So it's like, okay. What am I going with? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Which is why I'm kind of just taking my time with world building and races and stuff. And lore. Because lore would be the exposition to the world building. Like, yeah, the whole world exists, but I'm not gonna drop the entire dock and you know everything. Like, no, I'll give you like bits and pieces so you can piece together part of the world. Have your own sense of mystery, all of that stuff. But, yeah. It's like, okay. I have the world building, I'll have the lore, I'll have the races, you know. And then I'll have bits and ideas of the journey Oxen is taking. And then eventually, after I have enough bits and bobs, that I can start gluing them together to make some sort of thing. Like, what's a good example? Say you have a bunch of sticks, right? You can't do anything with the sticks. But then, suddenly, you're given glue. What do you do with the glue? You eat it. Hell yeah. No, sorry. Instincts took over. Okay. But once you have the glue, what you do with it is you can glue the sticks together. Once you glue the sticks together, it's like, ooh. Like, if you have enough sticks, you could make something. You could make a ladder, right? Or you could do something else, right? Like, once you have enough sticks there to start building with, you can build something. It could be completely different from what you originally imagined. Like, oh, you tried to build a ladder, but instead you built... I don't know. What's ladder like? You built a hut. Yeah. You wanted to build a ladder, but you accidentally built a hut. You guys ever have that happen? Nah. But it's like, yeah, you get the idea. So, what I'm kind of just banking on is that throughout the year where I am writing out, planning out the world, Oxidize, and all of that stuff as a whole, I eventually come across the one dream or goal or bit of inspiration where it's like, that is it. And there we go. I have Oxid's story, and I have Oxidize's story. All there, right there. Because my original goal for Oxidize was it would tell you the story of Oxen. But it's like, to tell you the story of Oxen, right? There needs to be a reason for his own story. I'm not gonna tell you the story of little Timmy on the bridge and his pigeons. Like, you don't care about little Timmy and his pigeons. Yeah, his dad left him or some shit. Like, great. I don't care, little Timmy on the bridge with your pigeons. It's like, okay. There has to be some reason for this entire story. And there's a reason why he is doing the things he's doing. Maybe it's a journey of self-reflection. Trying to learn who he is by exploring the world. Maybe it's trying to find his mother or something. I don't know. It could be something superficial, it could be something really deep. It could be anything. Because I haven't written it yet. I don't have an idea. Like, I do have a few ideas, but my gut is telling me this is not the idea you want. And I trust my gut. Because all of these designs and stuff, they're coming from my gut, bro. Alright? It's like when I'm doing this redesign as I speak, it's like my gut is telling me, hey, bro, that ain't right. Fix that. Change that. Do that. He should look like this. I'm like, hell yeah. I trust my gut on anything that isn't a true and false quiz. That's how I roll. Because when I trust my gut on a true and false quiz, I get 0 out of whatever it is. Somehow, I don't know how. I always get 0, and I'm like, bro, how? It's like some sort of superpower, and it's like awful. Like, I should not have this power. But alas. But yeah. I don't know the goal. I'll think of the goal. But for now, I'm gonna keep on making puzzle pieces until I have enough puzzle pieces that I can start putting them together and be like, oh man, hell yeah. But until then, it is what it is. Let's see, what's up with this Discord ping? Okay. Alright, I can close that. I don't need my document anymore either. Let's see. I can focus wholeheartedly on the redesign. Okay. Actually, while I'm at it, I'm gonna change the music again. Hell yeah. Pokemon Rangers, my goat. Okay, wait, let's see. Technically speaking, his hair's short. Should probably reach like this. So I'm gonna just do that. Okay, perfect. Oh, I completely missed the spikes on his hands. since I plan to make Oxidize into a game as well, like down the line. Probably just call it the Earlbus project or something. It's like, okay. I'll probably do something with Oxen and his brothers. The Earlbus derivations. Maybe some lore or something about that, like why do they exist? Explore the world. I don't know. But because I plan on making it a game, I at least luckily have the fallback on. I want to make a game that I want to play. What kind of story would I like from a game? I could start looking at my favorite games and thinking, alright, I want a story like this. What about the story compelled me so? And all of that stuff. Until eventually, ay caramba, it hits me. I don't know. Be what it will be. Okay, I'll just color that in because that's dumb. No, I'll start coloring it. Now I can, honestly. Okay. Wait. That is not okay. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. We're riding the legendary Beast Boys. About the memories. Oh god. So much effort. I mean, technically speaking, not that much. I got the main things out of the way. Hello, Green. How's it going? Sorry for the late reply. My chat is kind of on my phone. I can't really see the timestamps, but let's see. 10. Oh, bruh. 7 minutes late, man. I'm sorry. Oopsies. Hello. I don't know if you're still here. Yeah, the thing with me and art is I have my art program on full screen, so I can't really see chat unless I tab out or I look at my phone. But because my phone is low charge, I can't really see the chat messages as they appear. Okay, we got a bit more charge, so I can unplug it now. Luckily, this phone charges really fast. Okay. Let's do this. Man, I want to go back and play Pokemon Rangers. I actually have the game cartridge, but I don't want to clear my save, man. It's like if I play it, playing it on my own time, it feels kind of wrong because I got streamed or something, right? Share the fun with you guys. But how would a Pokemon Ranger emulator even work? Are those even a thing? Like, I don't know. Maybe. But yeah. I don't know. And then one thing I definitely want to go back to is I want to play Drill Dozer. I love that game as a kid. I want to go back. Mic's not muted. Yeah, we're all good. Okay, music might be a bit too loud. Let me lower the music right there. Okay, we should be better now. I don't know, man. Because I don't know if I'm even... if it's just that I'm too quiet or something. Because sometimes when I watch my stream VODs, I'm like, bro, Frost, speak up, man. But then sometimes I'm watching my streams and I'm speaking at the same volume and then I just sneeze or something and I'm like, ow, my ears, bruh. So I don't know. Okay, go. Can I just 3-dot this? I 3-dotted up to here. Okay. Let me just oh, whatever. I love how I do art streams, so I stop procrastinating on art. But then, if Pentagrades starts asking me questions, I get so involved in my own description of my own world that I just stopped drawing. It kind of ruins his counterintuitive. He's like, I'm not drawing anymore. Come on, why am I like this? It's good that I'm passionate. There's that at least. Like, I'm not writing the story for it to be some big hit or some giant profit or something. I'm writing it because I want to. Because I genuinely enjoy my own characters, my own world, and my own ideas. So the passion's there. Oh god, I need to get better at not getting distracted at everything. I need a better work ethic too. Alright. Let's see. Because it's already 10 PM, bruh. I should have been done by now. God, why does he think he looks so cool? Oh, money looks so cool. Shit, bro. He looks so cool, bro. Should probably do something like this. Okay. Okay. Luckily the shading and stuff wouldn't take that long. Probably. Hopefully. Oh, for us, why? Oh man. Why did I procrastinate? My art stream was meant to be productive and I procrastinated on my own art stream. I can't believe this absolute state of myself. Like, I don't know. I could probably go to a doctor and get diagnosed for ADHD or something. But like, after I do, then what? Right? Because it's not. Because if I do have it, I've been completely fine with it. It's not like it's become an active hindrance to my life or anything. It's just not changing anything. But if I don't get diagnosed, it's like, okay, could have it, could not. Doesn't matter anyways. Kinda just chill. I don't know. And also it's like a weird thing to get diagnosed for. Especially in my family. Because how they'd see it is like, oh no, my son has a disease. It's not. But that's how they see it. Because they don't, I don't know. They're not well versed enough to understand what it is. I think that's the best way to word it. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. Oh no, it is what it is. We chill it. Okay. Let's turn off the sketch. I don't need the silhouette for Dullahan anymore. Okay. Let's turn off the sketch real quick. Leg, wing, tail. And then I can just color and shade. Oh. Oh, my back. What's this pink for? Brother. Wow, new items in the Discord shop, guys. Can you believe it? Wow. More things to give Discord $5 for. Like stinkums. My favorite Discord app. I love stinkums. It's so dumb. I love them. He's so goofy, man. Purple fart sniffing monster. Like, you know, personally, I would not give up $5 for a stinkums. But you see, I have a friend who did. And they tried to give it to different people. They're like, no, I'm not accepting this. I don't want this in my Discord inventory. So give it to me. That guy Frost. You're the only one I know crazy enough to actually wear this. And I am. It was absolutely right. I have not gotten rid of Stinkums the day I got him. I love this guy. I don't know, the Discord avatar decorations are cool and stuff, I guess. But in my eyes, it just feels... Nah, I was about to say, it feels dumb to pay for customization. But... I'm literally the guy who would swipe for gacha game skins. Ah, shit. Contradicting my own beliefs, bro. Nah, it's over. So over. Can't believe this. I don't know what I believe in anymore. You know, sometimes I wish I had a bigger desk because I just run out of mouse space so quickly. Because it's like, I'll be drawing a line and constantly moving my mouse, and then, bam, I just whack into my laptop or something. I'm like, oh! Shoot. What? Oh, my tolerance, that's why. Delete that. There we go. I was about to say, bro. Like, well, I was hitting the delete thing, but it wasn't deleting. Like, what's up with that? Okay, now it checks up. Okay, let's go. There's so much stuff I wanna play and I wanna do, but I just kinda wave it off like, eh, I'll do it one day. But I know that one day will just be never. So I should really like plan things out, because it's like, initially I plan to play Persona 3 Reload this week because I was off from university this week. Like stream Arc Nights or something. But it's like, I didn't stream at all this week. Although it was free this entire week, I just didn't. Like, great. And then today I'm like, I could stream my art because I'm doing nothing but drawing today. Or I could just not. And I decided after much deliberating. Deliberating? I think that's the word? I don't know. I was like, you know, I spent all day today doing absolutely nothing. So if I don't hit that start stream button, I'm gonna end the day by doing absolutely nothing. Just like watching YouTube videos or something. So I'm like, okay. Time to hit the start stream button and be productive. Woohoo. Okay, let's see. I'll just do that. Alright, now we have the spikes. Okay. Okay. Next spike. Bro, I popped my shoulder the other day when I was swinging my baseball bat for fun. Yeah, I don't know why. I was just swinging around my foam baseball bat for fun in my room for absolutely zero reason. I don't even play baseball. I was like, hell yeah, I feel so cool right now swinging this baseball bat. I think I popped my shoulder or something. Because I could like feel it like bulge out and I'm like, oh, that was sick. But also I don't want to do that again. So you know what I did? I did it again. I'm like, oh, I think I popped my shoulder. So I don't know. I don't think I popped my shoulder. But my shoulder feels somewhat sore. So I feel like, you know, I should probably just not. For my own sake. Okay. Let's see. I don't know, I feel like I'm such a goofy gremlin for absolutely no reason. Like I uploaded a YouTube short of me eating the glue because someone asked me what it tasted like. But it was my active decision to actively eat the glue. I'm like, of course. Why wouldn't I? I don't know, I just feel I'm way too... I just don't have limits. I feel limitless. Grr. I feel powerful. Okay, there we go. Now this leg, or this foot gave me a bunch of problems. Alright, I'm gonna change it up. Okay. Man, I can't wait for it to be Saturday again. Because when it's Saturday, I can watch Apothecary Diaries. Bro, I need the new episode soon. Oh my god, it's so good. I need more. So good. I'm like addicted. It's like crack, I can't stop. I shouldn't shake this. I don't even take drugs. Alright. this one. Let's see. Probably a diamond shape like this. And then I flatten that. Okay, I'm back. I probably won't be able to talk. But yeah. Can I see the participants in my chat? I wonder if it says the only participant is me. Oh my god, it does. I am my one viewer. That's great. I love that. Honestly, I don't mind having nobody to talk to, because it means I'm more productive. I think it would be fun to open commissions down the line. Like if people were like, hey Frost, could you draw this? But at the same time, it's like, with my workflow, I can finish stuff like really fast. I'm just lazy, bro. I wanna take my time. I'm glad I weaned off of my own reliance for 3D models. Because I used to use 3D models for my art and stuff. And then I realized, because I use my 3D models, my backgrounds and perspective would be all off. And you would be like, but Frost, wait. If you're using a 3D model to put perspective for the background should be right? As a perspective lens. Well, yeah, but I didn't follow the... So it's like... I felt creatively limited. And when I would try to draw for other people, I couldn't freehand it. I would have to choose the 3D model. I don't know, I felt I took too long. Although I spent a lot of time on my sketches now, it's like, okay, I can at least come up with something that I'm happy with on my own. So I feel my own creativity has been freed a bit by freeing myself from 3D models. Not that using 3D models is bad, because even big artists out there use 3D models for like poses and stuff. But yeah, okay. I don't even know why I started talking about 3D models. Last up is just the tail and the liner is done.
for pixels. Oh, blue light folder. What if I do this? Okay, hand should probably be fine now. Okay, break the tail. And then I'm done mine hurt. And then color won't take too long. Because luckily my coloring stage is very simple, fast, easy. I realize they take forever on my line art and my sketch. Those are the most time consuming parts, and those will get faster as time goes on. But my coloring and stuff, like, they don't take too long. I'm pretty good at those. Especially because of how simple my coloring style is. Which is nice. Also, I'm sorry if my constant scrolling or like zooming and stuff gives you motion sickness. I don't know if it can, but you know, if it does, I'm sorry. It's just how it does. It's just how I really wish I could have just like, I don't know, had some completely still canvas, kind of like a time lapse that lets you work as I go on to less. I don't have that kind of features. This OST gives me such good nostalgia. With this game.
should probably do art studies with like more sketches and stuff, honestly. Like if I want to improve, those will probably be my best bet. Because I have yet to do a single art study. I don't do sketches on my free time or anything either. Just kinda when I'm done my stuff. It's not bad. It's just progress is slower than if I were to put into practice. But I don't know. I feel I'm... How do I say this? I learn best not by doing, but just like synthesizing. If you get what I'm saying. So like like if you know my old Twitter account, I would like endlessly be retweeting stuff. Like even now, I retweet stuff a lot. And when I retweet stuff, normally I'd just be like, oh no, cool. Maybe. But even back then, when I retweeted stuff, what I would do is somehow it would go into a mental catalog of mine. It's like, oh, the artist did this, they did that. It's like I would never practice any of this. But like when the time comes where it's like, oh, I need to do this one specific thing, I'm like, oh, I remember this one artist on my feed, I forget their name, did this. I was like, well, I don't know their name, but I vividly remember the image. And so I can just replicate. So it's like, I improve by synthesizing. I don't know. That's the best way I feel about it. Like, it's not that I'm actually synthesizing or anything, it's just that my imagination is good enough to recreate what I saw, or what techniques I should use, that I know how to use them. I don't know. So I feel like art studies and stuff could help, but at the same time, the change would be not significant. I don't know. I mean, I haven't done art studies, so I can't really say if the change would be insignificant or not without trying it. Nevertheless. Okay, I think I've done the line art. Okay, I've done the line art. First draft. Okay. I think my best option is to just do the flat colors on everything, and then do details later. So sketch. Is that in this color? So no. Shit. Okay. Then I just add that color to, I don't know, there.
so glad by the liner is good enough for just fill in most of it. No one go. Go thank me. Do the lines and stuff later. reserved. Oh shit, bruh, he's done. Oh, I just gotta color, shade, and the details. Okay. This is gonna be fun. Seems good. Just make it blacksmith. 50% grace. I wonder if I should have his tail as 50% gray. Sounds fun. I'll keep it still dark. Shade and stuff. Add in the details. There's not much details. Line there, line there, line there, line there. Lines. Lines there. There should be some enough.
This feels so weird to me. He's coming to life.
Okay. And then just put legs, wings, legs, and then this arm. So this arm. Too much of a problem. That arm is simple. Okay. So that's done. enough. This one will probably just a simple. This will go there. This hides most of it. This one. Hell yeah. That's the legs done. So now, basically, done. I just need to do something about this.
perfectly put it in the center. That's crazy. There we go. Okay. So now all that's left is the butterfly pattern and the shade. And I'm done. It's crazy. Let's take a look at the reference again. This make a new values. Okay. And mostly that. Okay. So now my coloring is done. So if I were to select that and make it brick green, I would not see any green inside of Dullahan right now. Perfect. Not a single speck of green in sight. Okay. Now it's time for shading. Ugh. Give me a moment. I want to refill my water bottle. Okay, I'm back. Wahi. Alright, shading. Shading. Okay. Let's global select white first. That's gonna be a pain in the ass though, because it colored with the other colors. Should I start with darker to lighter? Cool. Oh, whatever, I'll start lighter to dark, I guess. Okay, percent 50.
there. And then gray, color okay. Ah, there was a spot I missed. Basic is cell shading. I kind of want to learn how to cell shade better because I used to know how to cell shade, and then I started dither shading. That kind of permanently ruined my cell shading. And you may be thinking, but Frost, it's basically the same thing, just to fill in your dithers. But I can't. I can't fill in my dithers. You know why? It's because something deep inside me is saying, do not fill in your dithers. You shan't fill your dithers. It's wrong. Can't. Anything but that. You can't fill your dithers, Frost. If that's the last thing you do, don't fill the dithers. I'm like, okay. Okay. I won't fill the dithers. Though it becomes a pain in the ass. Like, yeah, I feel like even right now, I'm doing a good job with my dither shading and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. My cell shading just feels wrong to me. I don't know. white is done shading. The light gray needs shading. And then gray needs shading. Then dark gray needs shading. Then red, blue. Okay. This isn't that bad. What, I spent like, what, 5 minutes on the white alone? I won't take too long. Because I also just want to sleep. Okay. Now you may ask, hey Frost, how do you know where to shade? And to answer that, I'll tell you, I don't know where to shade. I just kind of do it, and it works out. Although this sometimes leads to my shading looking very wrong, like my cement jacket. But the reason my shading looks wrong on the cement jacket is because I didn't properly account for the volume. So the depths and stuff kinda just make the shading look flat. For now, it's a bit off. Okay. OBS disconnected, what the hell? Okay. Reconnection successful, that's great, at least. Well, maybe just don't disconnect in the first place, thanks. Yeah, sure. Okay. No.
Next eliminated. Good. Okay. 75% gray is done. Next up is 50% gray. But first, what I'm gonna do is, because most of the body is 75% gray, I'm gonna do the 50% gray shading last. Oh, oh, my throat feels dry right now. And you may be wondering, but wait, Frost, how does that work? Are you gonna do it last? And the reason for that, chat, is because with my shading, I add the color of the dark gray. So in this case, if I were to do the shading for the 50% gray, that would make 90% of the body 75% gray, which would make it awful to shade. Because it's all the same color, it'll overlap, and it's pain for the whole family. Okay. I don't know, bro. Okay. Let's nice big fat shading right here. Okay. So now full design. Stop. Close with from that into using this. Fill in that. This is a bit messy. And then just hard cast on there. Select this, shift that. This is awful. So much. I remember listening to some YouTube art channel at one point. It was like a never shade in black. Like a never shade with black and white. Like that's a bad idea. Yet here I am. Because it is my style to shade in black and white. I love going against the law. Screw the tutorials. I get it though. I understand why they said it. But too bad. Shading in black and white is the science of an amateur artist. Yeah. Okay. Oh, why is my throat so dry? What the hell? I don't get it. Why? What is this medicine on my table for? This is for coughs. I'm not gonna take that then. I don't have any coughs right now. Jesus. History's fun. Like, just like that blank. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. Ugh. Jesus, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Ain't no way. 6 hours is crazy, bro. Alright. I mean, I guess a lot of it wasn't really me drawing. Procrastinating, bro. Okay. That. I wish I had more space right now. But okay. Oh, the shadow should be consistent. It should be on this side, not that side. this. Okay, all that's left is the tail and the lens. Oh, but let's see. 6 hours, 24 minutes. Okay. I'll finish before 7 hours. Game plan. What if I were to choose this from global? Thoughts on making that black? I think making that black is a good idea. Almost done. I just need the lens, the wings, 50%. Okay, 50% lens and red and blue. Okay. Okay. And lamps will be done. Just like this. There we go, lamps is done. Now 50% gray. Luckily there isn't much 50% gray on this design in the first place. Chat, we're almost done. Okay. Increase that size. That. Okay. Now it's just the blue and red. Sweet. Okay. I want this to be over. I don't know if watching Major is enjoyable or not. Probably is. No, what am I saying? Probably is. It's therapeutic, I feel. But it's also just so messy. I don't know. Like maybe someone enjoys just watching me do random shit. I don't know. I'm still on my own because I've seen my progress over the years. Let's go back to dark. It's not actually awful. I just keep saying it's awful because I'm a lazy bum who wants it done. Hurry up. Come on, Frost. Come on. I kinda wanna try speaking Japanese on my stream at one point. Like, my Japanese is not good, but I want to try just to see how bad it truly is and how conflated my ego actually is. Okay, right. Okay. Woohoo. Because my oral comprehension of Japanese is great. Like, if something is spoken to me, I can make out most of I can make out most of what's being said. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, and last but not least, this one part of the little show. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Now, last but not least is Okay. Almost there. Okay. Now, this part simple enough. Just to show the skills. Simply on buckets. Although this isn't being very closely picture. It's less. Almost there. Okay. And I'm done. Oh, okay. 1 a.m. on the dot, guys. There we go. We are now done. Redesign 2. Let me just global select lines. Delete that. Okay. Now, let's change the color. So let's make this a bit more on the blue side. Let's see. Oh my god, I was muted. I don't know when. I don't know how. But okay. There we go. We're done. And we made it till 1 a.m. See you guys next time. Whenever that is. Toodaloo.